What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Hello, and welcome back to yet another week. This was on Twitter as well. Fridays are for Hearthstone indeed. And once again, it's the European pair back here once again, joined by Wita. How you doing, brother?
I am doing absolutely great today, man. Ready to get on with a bit of a, hopefully a good match here. We have Arcadia, again, as I was talking about last week, coached by one of my good friends, Lesmus. So again, obviously expecting good things to come. And obviously as well, I'm just excited to be back, guys, to talk about a European powerhouse coming at you right here, right now. So let's talk about the lineups real quick before we are going to be heading in to our starting match here. So lineup-wise, Whiteshadow has brought out an aggro hybrid Demon Hunter thing. It's a concept that has been kicking around a little bit. It's not really like a set in stone concept, but it's kind of a midway between aggro Demon Hunter and OTK Demon Hunter, and we will probably be seeing it since it's not been banned. Talking about what has been banned though, the Token Druid on Whiteshadow has been banned away, which leaves him with just a good old classic rogue list here, which is exactly mirrored to one that Pootis has. Good old classic aggro rogue with the pen flingers in there, and then we have a bit of an interesting hunter deck here. I get you classified as being face hunter, but a bit of an aggressive hunter deck that isn't Highlander Hunter. On the side of Pootis, though, we have the Libram Paladin, which has been banned away. Then there is an Enraged Warrior, which has not been banned, to the surprise of you. I fear we're talking about it before we went live. And as we're talking about, he has the Aggro Rogue, which was like exactly 30 to the one that has been brought out here by Whiteshadow. And I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, the Token list that Pootis is playing is a bit different from the one that Whiteshadow is playing, but it obviously is not banned, so we're going to be seeing that one coming in shortly. Do you have any favorites to win the series just based on the lineups, Hyperia?
I mean, the Stealth Rogue is well 50-50 since they're pretty much exactly similar. The Enrage Warrior, though, I do expect to get a win. And I don't know. I think I slightly favor Pootis. The lineups from Whiteshadow, the mix between aggro and taking a little bit more of a step back can be so punishing if it doesn't work out properly. So I do think I'll favor Pootis. It's not massively though.
So again, obviously, let's talk about these two players and their path so far as of right now. Whiteshadow has had a bit of a rough opener here. We are in the championship, which is worth noting as well here, but he is currently 0-3 after losses to DOJ, Knight, and WAP. On the other side of the field, though, Pootis is currently 2-1. Lost in the first week against Limberry 3-0, a bit of a rubble, but actually he won over WAP, who beat his teammate, right? And also did take win versus Noah SM. And it's interesting to see how this is actually going to pan out, right? Because again, we're talking about this every time we're commentating Conquest. We are playing Conquest, right? That pick order tends to not really matter as much as in other formats, and in the end of the day, right, you have to win with every deck. So obviously you can try to snipe like favorable matchups, but again, it doesn't really matter because in Conquest you're only as strong as your weakest deck. And I just kind of want to get started, as we are going to be queuing up here into the game very short. I'm not sure if it's on your screens as of right now. I am on my way into spectator mode.
Yeah, exactly. You're only as strong as your weakest deck, indeed. And Whiteshadow, I do think, has that little bit of a weaker Ling, might not have all the cards or something like that he actually wants to complete the perfect deck selection. And that is going to be a massive problem already, since you do have to break through, and that could just explain that 0-3 record that he just wasn't really able to break through. And maybe he was trying to get his weakest link out of the way first, because then it's only the way up, right? You always want to feel good about what you're currently doing. And we do see the Demon Hunter versus the Enrage Warrior coming out first here, and well, Warrior just massively favors in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I would definitely say that it does lean towards the Warrior side of things. However, it is worth noting that with that alternative Il'gynoth win condition in there, this deck will have the opportunity to go for an alternate win condition. And sorry for me just stopping for a second right here, as I'm wondering why we didn't develop the 2-3 over playing a 2-2 and a hero power. The 2-3 allows us 2 hero power and sets up for a perfect mana turn coming up on turn 3 here with the Wriggling Horror. So again, obviously playing on stream will come with specific challenges. Obviously it is a lot harder than just playing your games on your own, and you know, sometimes you just have a different thought about how the game should be played, and this could very well be the case right here.
And the Enrage Warrior, okay, we are back indeed. And what I was about to say is that the Enrage Warrior is incredibly good at fending off those early threats, fending off those pressurized situations. Now, as you said, with that win condition in there from Whiteshadow to potentially take it a little bit longer, and also the Polkel in hand, so the late game is somewhat settled for Whiteshadow. I still don't think it's really a favorable matchup, as this is probably going to trade nicely with that 2-3. No, actually, he's just going to give it a lot of attack and go face.
So this might look a little bit odd, right? I would probably be a little bit in favor of just developing onto the board. However, it is a very troublesome minion to deal with for Whiteshadow, who doesn't run any consume magic. So there's no way for Whiteshadow to straight up deal with this 6-5 without having to give up quite a significant amount of board presence here. But a single trade here with the Wriggling Horror, hero power coming down with the Fellfight Dead and Twin, as well as Second Slash, will clean it up here and bring the board control into the favor of Whiteshadow here for just a second. And you have to sit back and wonder, was that really the play? Yes, obviously Whiteshadow is at 18, which is a pretty low life total. However, it's worth noting that you just gave up, like Pootis just gave up an inner rage as well as a Shield of Honor. So the direct face damage that would be needed, like to come out with a potential combo turn with that Grommash or with that Cochrane Elite, have just been hammered quite drastically.
And 2 Battle Rages in hand as well. Well, if you can't really develop a board, good luck getting proper Battle Rages off, since there will just be a lot, or just no draw whatsoever. And he decides to go for the poke out, wants to get those high mana minions in the top of the deck already. And well, the highest one is a Skull of Gul'dan, which he will be drawn, and he should be able to draw more. But from there on now, is it really going to be proper? As there is a board clear that comes out, or a little bit of a reduction in health. He's just trying to face race though.
Yeah, and obviously the face race plan here is a bit of a commitment. Absolutely, right? And obviously the Saga Sub will come down here, slow down development just a slight tad. But again, this boils down to the fact that with that overextension onto the Warmall Challenger here, just left Pootis with very few options to really contest the board. And if you're talking about Skull Gul'dan's going to come down right now, you know guaranteed which cards are going to be drawn from it. There is, however, the issue that by playing the Lockyer Poke, that was something I wanted to touch on the previous turn, this Still Stepper now is going to be dead on till the following turn and cannot be used to push the extra damage. And now the question beckons, is Whiteshadow going to, like, he's just going to disregard this Bomb Ring, which I think is the correct line of play, and just try to smoke down Pootis here. And again, that Armorsmith top deck here could be incredibly huge. It's probably what we are going to be. It's probably what Pootis has been looking for this entire game, and can pair that up alongside the Lord Barrow to just reset the board. Issue being, and in the process, he will clean up his own board, which is not optimal by any stretch of the imagination. However, if he decides to go for something like the Battle Rage here, which just does look like he is going to be doing. Or am I missing something?
Maybe he wants to, I have no clue what he's currently thinking about. He's thinking about the Battle Rage, wants to draw a massive amount of cards. Whether that's the proper line of play, because, well, it is a little bit of an aggro Demon Hunter. So just managing to hold on to those early turns, and now you have still quite a bit of damage. Demon Hunter is definitely a class that can just generate so much power out of hand. Still Stepper is going to be difficult though, but he has a Twin Slice and another Skull and a Sun Fury, Cane of Sun Fury, which is three damage to the face. Now it could just be a game over almost. He does have a lot of armor though.
Oh, it's worth done right there, as I didn't want to interrupt you though, but that top deck of the Bloodborne Brood absolutely close to pretty much just saving the game, because yes, the Skyraider came into the same hand as well at that point in time, but the Skyraider wouldn't have allowed you to deal with the Lockyer Poke Kill body, and right now Whiteshadow is staring down a board that is going to be quite hard to really dissect here. And even with the Il'gynoth plus Cane Sun Fury, he's only going to be pushing 15. And yes, that had been fantastic, had been exact lethal if it wasn't for the fact that this Armorsmith has just been topping up Pootis' life total. And you gotta question, I understand the need to stay alive here. Okay, he's just gonna stop pushing the damage, but you just stayed on board like this, no?
Yes.
I mean, obviously the two of us, we know that there is in fact a Cochrane Elite in hand that's gonna be swinging in for lethal, right? Because the thing is that when you play Il'gynoth, you deal the damage, however, you do not heal, right? So, Shield of Honor coming off the top of the deck, you know, you always just play the top deck lethal. It's the easiest way to soldier your opponent. It's the run in. We've had that around in the Danish Hearthstone community forever. And in Rage Warrior, feels like it's been around forever, and it just takes yet another win here. Pootis going up 1-0 in this best out of 5.
He didn't even go for the bomb lethal SMH, man. I was hoping for that. I'm getting a little bit of RNG in there, up in the BM that little bit more, because he still had the warrior in his hand as well. So he could have, in theory, but hey, he decides to do it safe. Or the Cochrane Elite, not a warrior. That's the entire class, but he decides to play it safe, and that is game one going towards Pootis, and he's just soaring on. He's looking to sweep it home very quickly.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the lineup from Pootis, right, you're looking at probably the 4 strongest aggressive decks, if you can call them that, refers to them as that. in the metagame, right? Obviously the rogue, incredibly aggressive. The paladin, not so much. Warrior, again, can play it very aggressively. We saw right that it was a turn 8 lethal, I do believe, thereabouts. And obviously that's Token Druid we've seen, we all know what it can do, right? It just goes on the board, creates some absolutely absurd boards in the early game that you sometimes just cannot deal with. And again, I feel like at this point in time, the downfall of Whiteshadow is actually the fact that this is not a true mirror matchup. Had this been the same 120 cards across both players, this would have been an interesting one because it would have come down to a lot of queuing up and a lot of other real things to note in terms of how, like, the skill of play for the players, right, would have been a pretty determining factor in most of these mirrors. But again, when you bring a lineup that is as strong as Pootis, where it's just like all-star deck after all-star deck, and you have some more vibrant deck choices from Whiteshadow, I would like to call them. You are expecting to see things like this. However, this is a fairly solid rogue hand as of right now. Already walking Infiltrator, Sucking Shot, and the Prize Splinter is going to be deciding to full keep it as well. But on the other side of the board, that is a Lightning Bloom with a Glowfly Swarm in hand.
And he definitely needs that good start as well, because this matchup massively favors Token, about 70% to 30 on the Token Druid side. So he needs a good starting hand. He needs to get off properly. And, well, with a Lightning Bloom, there might just be some ridiculous turn. And the coin, obviously, in his hand. There is potential, but he needs a little bit more to actually make it fruitful. And Savage Roar, well, that would have been a very nice draw had he actually developed a board. But right now, that's not going to come in handy whatsoever. It's just another spell in the hand. And it's a good start for Whiteshadow. As I said, he definitely needs it. 2 cutting classes in hand. Relatively expensive.
I mean, coloring classes do tend to be quite expensive, right? So it would make sense. I don't know. I don't know, I actually never have taken a cutting class, so something that I, however, wait, this is actually not as strong as it seems, by the way. So right now, by playing this Lunar Eclipse, Pootis would make it, like, would make 1 less 2/2. So actually what Pootis would be doing here is actually just like taking a trade for Whiteshadow whilst putting less pressure on the board, making Whiteshadow take fewer decisions here. And I guess he does land on that, but again, this is just the 4 2/2s. And yes, obviously we can see that the hand from Whiteshadow is fairly dead, and he is unable to deal with any of these minions coming through right now. Oh, this is like, you have to swindle to come at a prize planner to get down to 2 in the board. This feels so bad. It really does, because again, the sooner you can get this self-sharpening shot on the board, the sooner you'll be able to really get these cutting classes out and start cycling through your deck. And that's just not going to be this turn. Deadly Poison, fantastic pickup for the following turn, will allow you to at least start reducing those cutting classes down to 1 mana. And there we go, board somewhat taking under control. And as we do know, Pootis has nothing to do in terms of mana, right? Because he's just straight up overloaded for 2. So this is just going to be sending the 4 damage to the face. And this turn just goes directly back to Whiteshadow. Now the question beckons, what was the purpose of going in this early when you didn't really have a way to really capitalize on any of it if, like, some of the minions got, like, you know, taken out, right? Again, Whiteshadow here, pretty straightforward play. Nice board control. Again, that is the name of the game in this matchup. Cutting class should keep him topped up for the next turn.
Yeah, if it was 1 turn later and he could power the wall directly the turn after, then yeah, sure, it would have been a decent play. But right now, he just didn't have the follow-up, thinking, oh, hey, we're going to go for the turn right away.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? They made the Eagles!
Let's go! Not a repeat from last week.
I haven't really experienced this many Eagles from an American since I listened to classical radio, you know. Is Hotel California gonna come out of the stereo at some point, you know? Like, obviously no DMCA claims, we can't have that, but yeah, that's a bit of this is a bit of an experience, you know, and it's looking quite alright here for Whiteshadow, right? Double stealth minion here, can slowly but surely start putting together that damage. Cutting class, swindle, this hand's gonna cycle out itself, and you're looking at 11 damage at least over the course of the next 2 turns from this weapon.
Oof, that is going to be rough to face. And, well, all the music blasting, all the guns blazing, pickup trucks driving all around because the Americans or the Eagles are still alive. And Nature Studies picked up. It's not really going to do anything just yet. Wanting to Lunar Eclipse first, and potentially, well, either at least not play the Nature Studies, because that would just be a waste of 1 mana. He's thinking about the Savage Roar, looking to push damage early on, and just wanting to kind of put Whiteshadow in a position where he's a little bit afraid of actually dying, where it doesn't really have that many ways to push damage if it doesn't have a board. There we go, he does the Power of the World up on those stats, getting a lot of damage right now. And the Mark of the World, looking to just make sure that he has some extra damage on board and some extra health as well, because as I said, if there's no damage on board or no minions on board, you're going to struggle to get through. Now on 12 health, you're not really sweating profusely yet.
Not really, right? And then now, why should I have to figure out a way to deal with these 2 5-falls? Because if they're getting left up here, you're pretty sure you're dead at this point in time, right? So hopefully looking for something like an Eviscerate would probably be the premier option right there. And as we talk about the double, 2 of them shows up. They come in pairs today, apparently. You know, it's a 2-for-1 read extra, all about it. And I got this 90 Poison trade plus Eviscerates. Unless I'm missing lethal, which very well could have happened here, but I'm only counting 15 as of right now. Would be 19 with the Eviscerate. So it's not lethal here, meaning that this board still has to be controlled. And Eviscerate onto an Eagle, and the 5-1 should be trading in here as well. As long as you have the board with the Lunar Eclipse out of the way, you know there's close to no way for Pootis to take back board control, and it's looking like it's going to be all tied up here as Whiteshadow has lethal damage presented on the board, and Pootis has no way to answer it.
No minions either. And yeah, good luck, Pootis. Good luck with your token druid if you don't have any tokens. And this really shows that early decision of not having something to follow up and just wanting to get some board presence is really nipping him in the butt now, because you see he has nothing, no fuel left to go, only buff up cards, only gasoline, and well, currently he was on fire himself. Nothing he could do about it. Pootis drops a game with a deck that he should have been winning against. Let me repeat myself, 70 to 30%.
Yeah, so the thing is that stats only go so far, right? That is something you need to consider. A lot of the time it is down to player skill on the deck as well, and also like just the rogue deck. It's just one of those decks where it's just that fast that sometimes it just sneaks out the win. And this is one of those games where the overwhelming amount of damage just came through. And again, it was like, I do feel like there was probably a line where it is just a way to go in with that, with the 5-mana spell, right? Because like at that point in time, it was just too early to fall to still really do anything, especially when you're already facing down minion on board. But alas, we're going to be queuing it up right now, and this is this is a bit of a Face Hunter deck, but it still doesn't really feel like Face Hunter of yonder year. But another go around here with this token druid for Pootis at least.
Yeah, I mean, Whiteshadow, he's now got a win with, in my opinion, his most consistent deck, probably the Stealth Rogue coming in, but then you have a little bit of a weird Tempo Hunter and a little bit of a weird aggro / late game, whatever kind of Demon Hunter. He's going to be struggling from this point on, and we do see in the previous results, if he did stack up with those kind of decks, the most he got was 1 win, and that could just be with that Stealth Rogue. To be fair, it's a pretty decent hand to at least fend off some pressure early on with the Tour Guides and the Dwarven Sharpshooter. And then on the side of Pootis, once again, his starting hand, not really what he was looking for.
Debatable gameplay coming through. I don't know, like I feel like I just wanted to have this 1-3 on the board. Like, yes, it's absolutely incredible to have this ability to ping off any tokens generated, but when it really boils down to it, like, what do you even deal with here? And I expect this to be Lunar Eclipse into Fungal Fortunes. There is a case for playing bees because it will allow you to divert some of the attacks that will come through from this Imprisoned Felmor. It makes it a 25% chance to hit the face rather than a 100% chance. And the 1/1 tanks 1 for the team.
Honorable mention for the B. Taking one for the team here, absorbing damage for the face, and Pootis, he just needs to look for those proper draws. The token generation is what he's looking for. With the Fungal Fortunes, that is something that he can be looking for. He just wants to hold on a little bit longer now, at least get away some board presence. But now surely he's looking to get something going and get some more things in the hand, and does end up playing the Fungal Fortunes. Hopes to take a lot of damage this turn, or at least, well, 7 and the hero power probably to the face. He does end up finding a Glowfly Swarm with it.
The Glowfly Swarm obviously being a big pickup here, but the Gibberling being discarded is a bit of a... It's not a disaster, right? But it's a bit of a downfall. However, what might be disastrous is that top deck of the Dragonbane turn 4 tour guide discount all stacked up as well. 5 damage guaranteed to the face with the trade. It's actually going to be 10 because of the fact that the Imprisoned Felmor can come in and say hi with the swing. And now, obviously, Pootis has a pretty good Glowfly Swarm all set up here. Issue really is, though, this board, like with the Dwarven Sharpshooter still on the board, this is still a pretty easy board to dissect here for Whiteshadow, right? So, kill command coming through as well, looking starting to stand down at 14. Actually, no, there's no beast on board even because the Felmor is a demon, so only 12 or 15. But again, Dragonbane slowly but surely just making sure that no Glowfly B or whatever they're called are surviving. They're just called Glowflies. No Glowfly will survive. I don't even think like Whiteshadow is going to be pulling out the jar and, you know, bringing them home as you like do. Don't you do that with Glowflies? I feel like I've seen it in movies at one point where people like they collect Glowflies in like plastic and like glass jars and bring them home for lighting. But that might just be movie magic. Also, I don't know.
Well, no, it's also when they're moving through that creepy forest, because then the scene is really dim, and you know you have that tiny bit of light coming out of those glowflies. Well, those glowflies there no more. They've suffocated in the jar, and this time under the pressure of an imprisoned Felmor and Dragonbane, they didn't stand much of a chance. They just got absolutely demolished. It's still not looking great for Pootis, though. He was able to divert some damage coming into the face for that turn. That's all he was really able to do, is extend, since, well, pretty much the exact same board pressure is still there, then with a little bit less health, which makes it easier to deal with. Arbor up, he would have loved to have that when there were actually minions on board. Now he's able to play the Marsul and potentially Arbor up. Still, it's questionable.
The Eclipse Dream Away Guardians here is a way of going wide on the board as well, right? That is something you need to consider. But again, this Dwarven Sharpshooter has just been on the board forever. And again, we'll just allow Whiteshadow to minimize the amount of targets that they need to do on the board. Freezing Trap top deck here is actually surprisingly okay, as weird as it sounds. Obviously, because like when these minions are lifesteal minions on the board, you don't really have to care too much about leaving one of them up, because you do know at that point in time that like there's at least going to be some 5 damage just goes face here. And this point in time, do you even care? Obviously, we can see that Solar Eclipse plus Arbor Up combination in the hand will be quite strong, even with that Freezing Trap in play as of right now here. And it's very obvious. Whiteshadow says, you know what? I'm playing Hunter. I'm going to launch my Inner Smork, and I'm just going to leave you to deal with it to the best of your ability. However, with the best of their abilities, Solar Eclipse, Arbor Up. If you've seen it before, you know you love it, you know you hate it, which side of the coin you're on. If you're Whiteshadow right now, you probably quite hate it. But this is a bit of a board coming through. Arbor Up, good card. And obviously, Freezing Trap, as we're talking about, is not going to be as impactful because the board wasn't dissected. So there's still going to be a 10 HP gain here overall, like amongst like almost a 20 point swing. The main minion here in the deck of the Dragonbane has been taken away, and Pootis just says, you know what, I'm gonna set up the lethal here. I don't even kill me with this combination of cards in hand. And we know this is gonna be a slow, what looked so secure for a second here for Whiteshadow, it just kind of, you know, like fell through, you know, like sand in the hand. You just can't keep a hold of it.
Yeah, that is what you get with aggro decks where if you reach the late game and Pootis gets a turn like that, we're just able to generate so many stats on the board while you only have 2 cards in your hand, one of them being a draw card, which you can't really play right now. It would have been a good combination with that Lord Keeper, but indeed he does come out with a concede, recognizes that he is in a worse position, and that is a second win for Pootis, who then moves on to that final deck, Stealth Rogue. So we won't be seeing a mirror matchup today.
We will not be seeing a mirror matchup. However, I do somewhat struggle. Obviously, we do know that the druid was banned away, so it's just the Demon Hunter and this Hunter that has to take on the absolute menace here of probably the strongest deck in the format as of right now. A lot of people saying it's Brewing Paladin. Some people still swear by Demon Hunter in the OTK version again, but like, I don't think there's any debate about this aggro rogue being one of the best decks around. And as we can see right now here, this hand from Whiteshadow isn't that slouchy either though. So Intrepid Initiate plus Double Infestation, Explosive Trap, surprisingly in the matchup as well, but I don't think you might regret not keeping it around, but I can understand why you would want to get a stronger tempo play, all things considered here. But Initiate into a Double Infestation here with pretty much no way to deal with it from the rogue side of things, unless Spy Mistress Coin Prize Plunderer comes down. That would be the biggest of big brain plays, and I can see a very strong case for it, because you have that. You have the Sneaky Delinquent coming down from the top of the hand here. So whatever early development that Whiteshadow was hoping to get this game, it's slowly but surely starting to slip away. And now that Explosive Trap is looking pretty juicy, but the issue is that it's just no longer there.
Yeah, it's not there anymore. Not expecting to have that much pressure on the board, or at least Whiteshadow regarding Pootis. Here we are, a lot of pressure coming in on the board. Freezing Trap, sure, it's going to fend off 2 damage, because I must assume that Pootis will play the Prize Plunderer first. But still, it's just not looking great for Whiteshadow here. There's so much pressure on the board, and the Deadly Poison together with a self-sharpening sword. That is a tongue twister and a half, by the way. It's just going to create more damage, even though he's not able to play it this turn.
You know, the good old triple S, as we often refer to as, just because, you know, it's a triple S, you know, self-sharpening sword. It's kind of hard to say, you know, say that 10 times in a row quickly without falling over your words, will you? But I don't know why we did not develop the self-sharpening sword as of right now. The thing is that, obviously the next turn, like, if you, like there's no weapon rule in the deck for Whiteshadow, right? There is no reason not to develop it, because of the fact that the play here with the Wolf Walking Infiltrator, sorry, should I say, plus the Grey Sage, which is the setup play coming through here from Pootis, is still an option on turn 4. But as of right now, we just don't have a self-sharpening sword in play. The main component of this entire deck, the engine almost, like the main way of closing out games, is not active right here. And again, yes, the deck is, I wouldn't say it won, because it definitely isn't, but we do like realize that Pootis in a pretty strong position here, and it's just deciding not to go self-sharpening sword plus Deadly Poison, I guess.
Wants to use the hero power first and use that remaining charge, and only then develop the self-sharpening sword. I mean, it is utilizing all your components to the best of their ability, but sometimes you also just have to say, you know what, I don't care about that one charge, we're just going in no matter what, sure, whatever. Now there's a 3-3 on the board, 26 health still for Pootis. Plenty of time, plenty of space to develop that triple S. I'll just go with triple S, not going to dare to say it again, because I know how it worked out last time. And Whiteshadow, he recognized that he has to just, well, push a face right here, put him down to 19. Triple S straw is not going to help him whatsoever.
So let's talk about follow-on effects, okay? Obviously, we can see now that the Natural Poison does mean that this does a bit of boosting here, but obviously, yes, there's a lot of damage coming through right now, guaranteed. But like, there's a world here where Pootis would have been forced to like try to kill this Felmore, and that would have been a possibility if they had used the Exor's Wing on the weapon on the previous turn. but that was obviously not going to be the angle here. They are very fortunate again in a sense with some of the draw, but this deck, and we're talking about how explosive this deck is, right? This is now a 6 attack, so that's 11 needed, like 3 damage needed from the top of the deck. And again, it's worth noting that with the Greater Sage coming through from draw next turn, that is a pretty likely outcome. But if the draws like they don't hit next turn, there is a significant amount of damage being projected on the opposite side of the board, as well as 2 draws from this Voracious Reader coming through, and the Dragonbane is going to start showing his abilities as well. Secret Passage, though, is a massive pickup here. Question is if you go Great Sage first, because again, the draw you're looking for is either going to be you're looking for Eviscerate, you're looking for Cutting Class, you're looking for that Sinister Strike. So again, even another Nitro Boost Poison as it comes through to the hand here would have been an option, but again, you need a card to activate it. And Eviscerate is found, though. Again, it's just like this is the disgusting card draw engine of this deck. One of the reasons why it's so potent. I just look at these cards coming through. Like, Pootis drew like 4 or 5 cards that turned on turn 6 while still having a Secret Passage in hand. That is just why this deck is so potent, and why you're talking about you probably would expect to see it banned, right? Because it's just such a strong deck, and it just comes from under you very, very often, just takes you by storm.
Oh my word, I don't know how that just drew so many cards. The Stealth Throw coming in so massive. The Hunter just having absolutely no answer to it. It's just being forced into a position where he just has to take damage. And he was looking at that card draw as well, and basically hunkered down and said, oh boy, this isn't going to be pretty. And guess what? Spoiler alert, it wasn't pretty. I mean, it's not really a spoiler alert since it was at the end of the game, but it wasn't pretty. And that is a 3-1 victory. Once again, Whiteshadow only being able to take 1 victory here.
Yeah, again, obviously, it's worth knowing that obviously, again, it's all about development as well, right? And obviously, I haven't watched any of his games on stream before, so I can't really like attest too much. But obviously, again, it's one of those series where if you go down through the VOD and you'll start looking at specific turns, which I know they are doing at Arcadia, you can actually start looking at specific plays that you ended up making, and you ended up making in a game, right? And if you do not want to make any mistakes when you are setting up anything regarding to esports, you just try and check out metaprogaming.gg, because Meta is a full-service esports management, developmental, and consulting company. You know, it provides esports coaching. You know, so again, if you want to up those skills, you can get in there. It offers college esports management as well, and optional arena design and equipment. So again, if you anything you need, pretty much, you know, metaprogaming.gg.
Exactly. Anything you need, metaprogaming.gg. Make sure to go visit them. A massive thanks to our sponsors, of course, because that is what makes Hearthstone Fridays possible, and any of the other games that we host as well. But that will be it for this game after a 3-1 victory from Pootis. Well deserved as well, making sure that everything stayed within his control enough to close out every single game. And that will be the end of the evening for me. Definitely not the end of the evening for Rita or in general the Hearthstone cast. We will be back as soon as possible. See you in a little bit.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
be our next match, is our sole emergent match of the night, as the gem of Johnson and Wales, Eevee Angel, will take a near flawless 2-1 record tonight against Arcane Nexus, who will try and earn their first win for Midland on the year. My name is Ethan Dolan, probably better known as Nelhat, and tonight, for the very first time, I will be joined by Witta. How are we feeling?
Feeling all right. I just got to watch some interesting Hearthstone gameplay between in an Acadia mirror, which obviously we did see that Pootis ended up winning. So that was a bit of a great one coming out of that. So now obviously this matchup, I feel like it's an interesting one to watch because these lineups, at least on one side of the board, is a little bit homebrew and the other one is a little bit more traditional. So should we get into the deck action right here?
Homebrew.
A little bit of a homebrew, you know, this is the one where you're like, you bring this up to a D&D session and your DM is like, I mean, it's actually not in the player's handbook, but it's kind of, it's broken, like it's poorly broken, so if you want to be like permanently like knocked out and not have the ability to do anything in any fight, you know, totally okay. So, I mean, you can certainly try, and I think that is what's going to be the name of the game for Arcane Nexus tonight, because this lineup is Quest Control Shaman, featuring Galakrond and among other Rat Pack cards. It has a very traditional, I mean, it's just like a guardian animal is very traditional. That's actually like not real anything in that. It's like interesting. Then there is an interesting demon hunter deck, and then there's the Heap Mage that you were talking a little bit about.
Adequately named. Quite the heap, quite the assortment of cards. So if you want this fine list, if Mage makes it through, you're going to want to write down every card, because either Arcane Nexus did just bring a heap of something, or it's going to be a heap of greatness. You better watch out. This could be all over the ladder tomorrow.
I will heavily doubt that, but decks that you might have seen on ladder are going to be coming out from Eevee Angel's lineup. As of right now, we see the classical, and when I say classical, I mean classical, Sue Warlock right there. You know it, you love it or hate it, raise that. Good old 2-mana guy that's in there. Wait, what am I looking at? Why is there no Darkler? Never mind, it is not a traditional Sue Warlock. There's no Darkler, but for some reason we are not playing the best card in the deck. All right, moving over to the Resurrection Priest, which is a bit of a different, it's more like a more anti-control version of the Resurrection Priest, right? You see the double Psyche splits, instead of like having some other like anti-aggro cards in those slots. Then there is the more traditional aggro Demon Hunter, which I'm personally a big fan of, but for some reason at the top end there are 2 copies of Illidari Fellblade. Again, it's a 4-mana 5/3 rush that if it's outcast, it has immune, so obviously you can set up some very favorable trades. I just have a hard time seeing in which matchups those are going to come in to really do the whole, like, do the damage right. But again, obviously, this lineup comes from Eevee Angel, who's 2-1, so maybe he knows something that I don't, and I'm always down to be taught new and interesting things, because that's why we live, baby. And something that you've been living for right now, Nelhat, is this Burn Mage coming out here from Eevee Angel. Talk to me about this deck.
This Burn Mage, as I believe these are to decide the bans here, Druid and Priest coming out, so that means that the Priest will be banned and the Druid will be banned. So let me just get those right out the list. And I know you are sighing a big sigh of release that this Priest will not see the light of day. I think it's the right call to take away the Guardian Druid list for Arcane Nexus. Arguably the only deck that Arcane Nexus brought that hits the tier list tonight here. Eevee Angel, yeah, bring that spell damage mage that we're talking about. I absolutely love this deck. There's so much versatility. There's so many big brain plays. Like, playing this deck just makes me feel like I'm getting a minor in mathematics, and that could not be further from the case. I'm a video production major. They just teach me how to hold a camera. So any deck that can make me feel smart, I'm fully on board with. This deck does just that. A lot of numbers to think about, a lot of different ways you can use the damage-based removal that is available, such as Fireball. There's a lot of different things going on. It's beautiful. Just so much modality, so much variability here as we are going to be moving into our first match. Witta, what are we expecting here as we do have Demon Hunter going up against this Quest Shaman?
Gonna be looking at these lists and having them on the side for me right now, because obviously Demon Hunter, again, very traditional. However, this Shaman, not so much, and I feel like that's actually a case to throw away the quest here to find some of those cards that potentially could stabilize you in the early game. The issue with that being that the only card that really does anything for you in the early game right now, if we're talking about Arcane Nexus perspective, is that, I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm like, there are 2 cards devoted Maniac and 2, I feel like Invocation of Frost is like the only like really good card that you have in the early game that actually will help you assess the board. Obviously, Evil Totem can be an aggressive thing. I actually feel like we were looking at somewhat of a full keep actually from Evil Angel as well if they felt up for it, because again, there's no lightning storms, there's no landslides, there are none of these like early game AoE abilities, right? So you can just start building up those big massive minions and it's just like taking it from there. So let's see what I feel like this has to be a coin play. Like, you know, there are no answers. There are no answers to anything that you will be putting onto the board here. This I can understand this in a closed deckless scenario where you don't exactly know what to expect coming out from your opponent. But right now, when you're looking at this, you have the full deck list. You can look at it and see there's literally nothing that punishes my opponent. Again, what does this mana burn block? Right, like what does this mana burn block on turn 3? It blocks a Manatide Totem, it blocks a Farsight. Like, it doesn't block anything in reality, right? So potentially this could be used with much greater effect going to something like turn 5, turn 6, where there are actual power plays coming through. Obviously, yes, that is in fact going to be an Invocation of Frost. But ask yourself, if you just played the Guardian Arc Merchant, that Invocation of Frost would have been kind of useless regardless. So it's one of those things where you have to find the nuances for the correct place in a deck like Aggro Demon Hunter. I know I'm talking a lot, but I'm just really passionate about Aggro Demon Hunter. It's one of my favorite decks like throughout this entire rotation. I was really sad when they nerfed it, because this deck is, I wouldn't say it's unplayable right now. It certainly isn't, but it's just like, you know, it's a shell of its former self, because like its damage just got turned down and its counter got turned down so magnificently.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see them going in, but you're absolutely correct. EV Angel not really doing their homework coming in this matchup. The mana burn there, I can understand a little bit more. Prevents a Hex onto your 3-1 with Divine Shield. We do see the Invocation of Frost coming through, and that will slow down the damage a little bit and buy times for this Hagatha scheme that is coming up, but not going to eat through the Divine Shield there, so still a bit of an issue on the table. Earthquake obviously deals with Divine Shield very well, but you don't really want to take 3 to the face every turn here. In addition, with some more minions getting on the board here, Demon Companion will be getting a 2-2 with Taunt, and still some mana to play with on this turn.
Yeah, that most definitely. And again, now we are going to be seeing the effect of not holding back with these mana burns, right? Because right now the thing is that you're playing an Echo deck into a control deck, and your entire game plan revolves around you coming back, like staying on the board, like getting on the board and staying there. And the issue is that you're utilizing mana burn incorrectly in a matchup like this. It's going to be incredibly impactful in a negative way, because you really do need to hold back those mana burns to block out those bigger control turns, right? Because this now, on this turn coming up here, you're going to see the double invocation with the Corrupt Elementalist potentially coming down and just clean up quite a lot of the various options here. If this Weapon Swing goes into the 0-3, I'm going to be quite upset. It doesn't. Okay, nice ordering here. I can definitely get behind this. Using the weapon charge here is not really an issue due to the fact that the Ember Wing, obviously is in hand, so you want to be able to utilize that next turn. Words are hard, and you shouldn't believe that I'm actually studying English. Right, you know, like...
Oh, words are hard indeed. I think Lurker Below feels like a solid play here, right? It does get rid of 2 minions if you do target on the furthest right here. Looks like that will be the play. Lurker Below going to take care of most of this board. Wiping down, popping off that Divine Shield. Does get 1 completion mark on the quest.
So obviously, I think that's the case for holding it back here.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards acrobatics right now, and the reason for me doing that is the fact that you'll have a lot of open mana, and you don't necessarily need to draw these 2 extra cards here. Like, using like Beam Sidekick is fine. You can even like go like. So I guess this is where the Illidari Fellblade is just the absolute nuts, because it comes in cleans up the 6/5. The only thing you don't know is that everybody's gonna get dealt with regardless on the follow-up turn, and every single piece of damage you could push to the face right now would have been critical. Because on turn 8, we do see that Walking Fountain being, I don't know, the fountain of like game winning here, the fountain of knowledge. I don't know, I was trying way too hard to make that one stick. It just didn't, you know? You gotta take your losses sometimes, and I feel like EV Angel's about to hold a pretty sizable L, like, not gonna lie, because how do you come back on this board? Like, you need to find 10 damage. Exactly second copy of Twin Slice would be enough to close out the game, and that's a Blazing Battle Mage. That is not a Twin Slice.
Yeah, this Walking Fountain is just going to be an absolute menace, and you're right, there's not really anything they can do. This game's going to start sliding away from them. They can push in as much damage as they want this turn. They are going to opt to just take care of that spell damage totem. So in will be coming this Walking Fountain foray with Lifesteal, Rush, and Wind Fury. It's a lot to take care of.
Oh no, this is so greedy.
Oh my goodness, invoking Galronk here. Galakron being banked on for the dub later on. You do get the 2/2-1s with Rush here, but man, you're right, it's a very greedy play. You have it out. You have the Walking Fountain. It can't be dealt with. The draw there, though, I don't think is going to be enough. Picking up that Voracious Reader, it does look like going to roll that one out. We'll be able to draw some cards. Walking Fountain should come down without a doubt this turn.
You say without a doubt it's going to come down. The issue is not. Is it though? Question mark?
Oh. Demon Claws coming through right there. Not sure. And there's the second slice. I thought they were gonna hold on that for hand. I'm like, you might want to read Voracious Reader one more time. Puts them down to 4. Arcane Nexus has the answers in hand.
There's no way. I mean, so again, it's worth noting that this build of the Aggro Demon Hunter that EV Angel is playing is not one of those. There's like no silences. There is not a there isn't a combination of Eldritch plus Scolical Dam, which is obviously also a very common closer for this deck, and this Dragon Pack is going to be pretty hard to get through for EV Angel. I would have liked to see the lead here with the Stilt Stepper, because Stilt Stepper here would be it's coming out of the hand regardless, right? You need to figure out a way to really, like, you can play again, like. Now this Wriggling Horror comes down with actual built-in value to it, and you'll have to give, even will have to give up this. He won't have to give up. Obviously, he can use the Guardian Arc Merchant, but he will have to trade in with this Voracious Reader. But again, it lines up quite nicely here. Like mana-wise, it lines up perfectly. Hero Power plus Guardian Arc Merchant. It's full mana usage, which is, you know, something that you love to see right now if you're on EV Angel.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping this Voracious Reader alive is going to be a big key there, giving it Divine Shield, being able to draw cards. Still sitting on this Walking Fountain is Arcane Nexus. Really a big key to just kind of winning the game. I feel like if I'm EV Angel and I see that, it's probably an instant scoop. We're going to see if it finally does come down here. Earthquake also a pretty solid play if you're asking me, but that Walking Fountain...
No, you do not play the Earthquake here. I saw that hover, Arcane Nexus. I saw that hover. There is...
Oh! There it is! We see the Earthquake coming through. Arcane Nexus exceedingly greedy here. Farsight, what's off the top? Another Farsight! We are chaining these, keep ripping them off the top. Faceless Corruptor is drawn. Earthquake played. Oh my goodness. Twin Slice is going to bring home the win. EV Angel wins game 1 after Arcane Nexus just refuses to play the Walking Fountain.
I don't know.
Me, oh my. Arcane Nexus going thirsty, leaving that fountain on the bench. Nothing to drink from. Definitely going to have to review the game film on that one and find out, hey, this is what stabilizes. This is why this is in the deck. It's exactly to combat situations like this. It's got the Wind Fury. It has the Lifesteal. It does so much to stabilize your position as a slower deck, yet just sitting on it and sitting on it. And as a result, EV Angel will get the dub in game 1 with Aggro Demon Hunter. Game 2 here, Zulok going up against this Demon Hunter list from Arcane Nexus.
Is it safe to come out yet? Is it over? Is it done?
Oh my goodness, what a fiesta there in game number 1. EV Angel doesn't even know what was in hand. That's the most beautiful part for me. If EV Angel goes back in VOD reviews, they're gonna be sitting, did I win this game? Wait, did I?
So it is worth noting that this is not the top division, obviously.
Submergence, yeah.
Yeah, right. Which again means that we cannot expect to have the ability to review a game like this at the same level of someone in the Champions Division or in a higher division, right? And obviously, I have done similarly greedy and horrible plays at on stages where it ended up costing me like $4,000 more than I was already banking that tournament. So I know. I don't know if it's just like a PTSD trigger or something like that, they're just coming through, like I've been here, I see how this ends, I just do not want to see this train wreck happening, But again, it's a new game, it's a new dawn, it's a new deck, and it is an absolute calamity of a deck. I don't even know what to say. I'm not even going to try to list out the cards because there are so many one-ups in here. This might as well just be a random Highlander deck where, like, you know what, I just do not have Suffers. Which, honestly, it actually might be a very real thing, right? That if you are, like, let's say Arcane Nexus is a bit of a more casual player, which is totally fine, right? They might just not have access to all the cards that you need to make the meta decks. And again, obviously, when you are playing best out of 5, having to make 5 decks can sometimes be quite hard to do, right? Like it's totally fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm coining this one RNG Demon Hunter, just because, as you said, it felt a little coin flippy on the deck selection. Roll a d20 and just find which card correlates with the number. But a pretty aggressive start here, dropping some minions on the board. That 2/2 not to with right here, looking at trading the 1/3 and potentially just to take it down, but. For what we've said about the deck, not too bad of a start here for Arcane Nexus in game number 2.
Absolutely not, and obviously, it's kind of like when you play, like, I don't know if you've ever tried playing a really bad. Oh no! Just protect your board, my guy.
The face is indeed the place right now for Arcane Nexus, just absolutely going for it. A bit of an aggressive move. Once again, Arcane Nexus looking like one of the greediest players in the NECC. We'll see if it pays off for him down the stretch here in game number 2. Desperately needing a win, trying to put the first dub under the column for this 0-3 start to the season, but not looking too promising against EV Angel so far.
Why are we not trading here, by the way? Hello?
Both players finding value, go for face damage here early on. Arcane Nexus, the hand bountiful at first, has dried up here just a little bit. Does have that Satyr Overseer in hand, can do that into hero power, summon a 2/2, establish the board a little bit, probably trade out for that 1/1 if they were thinking correctly, and I might hit the face with the 1/3 following that, but nope, we are sending it right down Main Street, hitting the face with the hero power.
Right.
Going to change the 1/3 into the 1/1.
We value traded, boys. It's fine. It's saved. It's saved. I don't know. So let's just take a bit of a let's just call it a Hearthstone 101. Show me, because that's pretty lovely.
Welcome to class.
Yeah, okay, so Sue is a deck that traditionally wins by having board control, which you then utilize to stick your minions and then kill your opponent with a Soulfire or just, actual minion damage. I am not gonna try to even make any sense of what this Demon Hunter deck is trying to do, because I could be sitting here until Kingdom Come and it would just not be great. But, so the issue is right now, right? Let's think back here. EV Angel had the opportunity to take the trade with the Manari Marshed Up Spirit Jailer onto this 1/2 that is now currently stuck on the board. Would have left him with the same amount of face damage taken, right? Now has to take a bit of a bad trade here. There's just like so many different ways, right? Because the thing is that if that's not left up, then obviously we'll see Arcane Nexus being forced to take the face trade into the thing instead, right? And it's actually going to see coordinated rush and command the Illidari. Like this is actually somewhat disgusting, right? Because a lot of the tools that this deck utilizes from Arcane Nexus are actually incredibly good against Sue. It's also worth noting that the hand of EV Angel has not been pretty, and they also did lose a flip onto the hand of Gul'dan, but again, could have manipulated that better by spacing out what they're trying to do better. And right now they're stuck with having to hero power here and coining out a Flesh Giant. I would assume that's going to where this deck game's at. ends up at. Can you play the Flame Imp as well and just get another body on the board? The issue is that right now we're looking at a hand with Gladebound Adept and an Inner Demon. And there are like close to no taunts in this deck here from EV Angel, having already used one of the healing options in the deck. Obviously have shuffled in 4 soul fragments, so that is obviously going to be... Wait, why did we not play a Flesh Giant? Alright, watch them rip the Hanagle down from this, by the way. Okay, they didn't. So this Hanagle down has to be hard casted now, by the way. Like, this is an interesting position to be in. Read the battle cry text. I think they bound up. Nice, okay. And
Pure power coming through, and they will order correctly here with the...
Okay.
With the Gladebound. There it is. I thought.
So you were talking about math, right?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that 6 damage is greater than 4 damage?
Hold on, let me grab my calculator. Yes, 6 damage does come out as greater than 4.
Great. Obviously, yes, we can see right now it does it up for the Inner Demon lethal over the next 2 turns. The issue is that the second a single copy of White Walker is found, that Inner Demon lethal is no longer an option. So instead of playing for the Inner Demon lethal, just play around this I'm gonna stick a minion leaf when you've just seen a Soulfire. You know there's no animated Broomstick in the deck, and they're gonna be incredibly unlikely to have that second copy of the Soulfire ready to go, right? So it's just one of those things where when you play these decks, you just have to sit back for a second. Again, did you need to trade off all of those 1/1s there? They didn't really accomplish anything, did they? Right? You just have them on the board, and then they can be useful in a different sense of imagination. Obviously, we see Soulfire being subject here. The other thing that EV Angel can do right now is probably just like jam down double Flesh Giant and just say, I have counter lethal, you do not have counter lethal. And it's like, you never play around like one-off copy of Inner Demon. Like, Inner Demon has not been a Hearthstone card since OTK, the original OTK Demon Hunter with Kale Fast Sunstrider, like 10 months ago.
But it's getting some play tonight. Slap down that bad boy. Inner Demon to the face. NECC is going to walk away the winner here in game number 3. Woo! That was a good one.
Yeah,
we got there.
Game number two. Game number two.
A little bit ahead of myself. We got there, though.
And most importantly, NECC picks up his 2nd win of the season overall in like this in terms of game wins, right? And again, like, there must feel like a bit of a personal victory, right? And I can say this because I have played tournaments where it just didn't, feel like you just did not have the lineup, or the first few games of the day just didn't go your way, right? Getting those wins in there can be very incremental. Wait, that's a word. It's not a word. It is
incremental. Someone clip that and add it to Webster Merriam Dictionary. Oh my God!
Let's go, Merriam-Webster. Yes, the Merriam-Webster. I'm coming for you. You know what? Like, I mean, I passed grammar, by the way. I did pass it. I think I got a B or C.
But did you pass spelling?
I mean, I did, right? Like, I've written like 4 semester projects in English, so like I've written like combined like 300-400 pages of English over the course of the past 2.5 years. So I would say so. And as of right now, I would assume that we're going to be seeing Flame into Coin 1-drop, a true classic, especially when it's paired up with Wriggling Horror. It's one of the strongest 1/2 punches in the Sue deck.
Decides to slow roll a little bit there, not coining out anything.
You cannot slow roll. Like, hello? Like, we're not at 50 gold level 5 rolling excess. We're playing Sue. We need to get onto the board. We need to go fast here. We're playing as a control deck, my guy.
Absolutely. Starting a little bit slow. NECC is once again rolling out this Quest Shaman that we did see in game number 1. A greedy downfall there in game number 1 for NECC. But as you said, NECC picking up their 2nd game win of the year there in game number 2. Has to be a bit of a confidence booster there. Flame Imp coming through right here. I would expect it to follow up with that Void Walker. There it is, going to be able to protect both 3/2s. For a bit of damage. Turn 3 looking like just a totem here again. And oh, it's everyone's favorite walking fountain from game number 1.
Yeah, so I was again here. I actually will praise the decision to not go for the trade into the 1/1. Because again, with the 1 free start line coming down, it is not going to impact you in any way. Again, I guess a lot of decks that would be a case here to So that sometimes, yeah, okay. I know that sometimes you're moving a little bit too fast.
Slight hand error. It's a misclick. It happens to everybody.
So,
That
okay.
obviously not meant to be played outside.
Let's stay in the D&D universe, okay? This guy just rolled a nat. He just rolled a nat 1 on sleight of hand. It's fine. It happens, you know. But also, I'm a big proponent of spending all my mana and the spirit that could come down again. Against normal decks, against normal shaman decks, you would see yourself starting to play around stuff like Lightning Storm, in which case holding back the 1/3 there could be a case for it. But in this position, I wouldn't say there's a case for it. But again, double expire magic is not the draw that you want to see. I would start this turn off with a tap, just to see what you are going to actually be drawing into, right? Because again, always tap first. If you tap last, you're a bit of a It's a bit of a meme by tapping last on Mega Lore, right? Like it's been a meme for the past 7 years or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. So the thing is here, right? So why the tap is important is due to the fact that you're starting to roll into the turns that have actual like velocity behind them from Arcane Nexus, right? Talking about the Shield of Galakrons, the Corrupted Elementalists, right? These minions can come down and start dressing the board in some way, in some shape, way or form, or if there had been that Haggis scheme in the hand from the start, right? And obviously, yes, as of right now, Arcane Nexus isn't that on the board. The Nexus still hasn't been broken, so obviously there's a chance for that massive gold comeback. You know, it is NA after all, so you know sometimes shout out to my League of Legends homies out there. You know what I'm saying, you know? There's a little bit of thickness house in all of us. Soulfire, however, I think should be lethal straight up.
Yep, that is lethal 6, 9, 10 on the dot, I believe. Or maybe one extra 3, 6, 9. That should be 11 damage right there. As EV Angel will walk away the winner here in game number 3. Proper that time. Game number 3. Moving on there, getting that win with their Zulok. That is Demon Hunter and Zulok now won. All that is left to win with for EV Angel to improve to 3-1 on the season will be my favorite, this spell damage mage. As we said, a pretty dynamic list, pretty fluid in how you can play it, just considering how these damage-based removal spells such as Fireball play out for mage. I'm excited to see what comes through. And you got a solid amount of RNG elements. You got the Janice Barov. There's some exciting things that can go down as the Quest Shaman will be run back here for Arcane Nexus.
I actually want to applaud, right, is Arcane Nexus's choice of hero portrait. King Rastikan, absolute elite portrait, okay? Just want to get that out of the way here and just point it out as an elite portrait.
Elite portrait. The portrait game is strong, but EV Angel's hand might be pretty strong as well. Has a solid 1-2 right here. Continues to draw some low-cost spells. There is the Brain Freeze going inside a hero power and just crack in there with the 1-1, that Violet Spellwing doing a little bit on the ground. What are we looking at here for Arcane Nexus, trying to salvage this match?
Looking at, to be honest, yeah, I don't really have an idea about how this matchup is supposed to go, right? I would assume that, granted that EV Angel leaves us a board at some point, there should be a significant amount of healing available to go with that good old-fashioned Living Fountain we talked about so much earlier on. However, we'll also be looking at a significant amount of mid-range sized minions, which can be quite hard for this mage to deal with, right? I'm just gonna bank the damage with the Arcane Missiles. I actually do kind of like this. I would probably prefer that to just be a holdback on the Brain Freeze, since the Brain Freeze is one of the few options that EV Angel has without, like, that doesn't go phasing into dealing with something like the Shield of Galakrond that we can see in the hand, for example, right now. Ancestral Healing on a 0-2 totem. That's a bit of a... It's a bit of one of those more desperate play. But I like the consideration, to be honest, right? Because the thing is that Ancestral Healing is a way of you protecting your life total. And I just, you know what, we're just sending 7 damage to the face this turn. The question, like, the issue that I have with this is that we're trading here, because there is no follow damage, there's no cycle in the hand as of right now from EV Angel either, right? Like, we're not seeing those Arcanes, like, we're not seeing the cram sessions. The primary engines of this deck in terms of keeping the draw going are not there right now. There's not even Wand Thieves in the hand to artificially, like, generating cards. Like, there's just not an option as of right now. again, Frostbolt, nice, fantastic way of dealing damage to the face, deals fall. But again, Sorcerer Apprentice, like Brain Freeze, Frostbolt, again, just doing some damage, but you're not killing your opponent, and your opponent is now going into territory where they have the option of actually starting to play cards, right? And that is the thing that you need to consider.
Yeah, you do have to definitely think about it. Arcade Nexus going to get online here in just a second. You're absolutely right. Eevee Angel is left stranded here with what's in hand and what is on top. You don't want to be top decking this early in the matchup. There's the Sorcerer's Apprentice coming through. Brain Freeze to boot will take care of the O2 on the left-hand side. Frostbolt going to the face and then going to trade out on board, smacking for one additional. Sitting at 11 HP. I mean, you've got them where you want them life total wise, but there are just a lot of ways for this board to stabilize right now. Farsight coming through off the top. A Walking Fountain discounted to 5 is going to just hurt. We are going to get to choose a dragon here. Solid options. I guess Big Ol' Whelp helps complete. All three of them are battle cries, so going to help complete their. It was odd. We got. Is that Discover a Dragon or Discover a Battle Cries? Discover a Dragon, correct? But all three ended up being with Battle Cries.
Yeah, that's quite good, right? So obviously now Cram Session, we're talking about this card being an important option, right? I can say the draw's going to keep on coming, don't stop coming, and then we just start seeing All-Star, right? Yeah, like spell damage is fine, it's great, but as of right now, it doesn't really provide the lethal
Cram
damage.
Session into Arcane Intellect's exactly what they needed. There is Arcane Missiles. Oh, hold on just a second here. Wand Thief off the top as well, gives you some card generation. Still 3 mana on the turn.
Right.
Gonna get the Arcane Missiles here. That's 4 more to the face. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. We're 2 off. Play the Wand Thief.
It's exactly lethal. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's exactly. I didn't see the second Arcane. You're exactly right.
Okay, so just for the record right now, okay? This guy, he is supposed to just cut video for a living. That's fine. Totally acceptable. That's cool with you, obviously. That's fine.
Man.
But like even then, you have to like be able to like, I don't know, like count in that, right? You have to figure out when like the video and the audio, you know, like.
Oh no. Premiere does all the work for you. Premiere does all the work for me. You heard it here first. The Adobe Suite has just absolutely solved my degree. So I don't do anything. Video production, very, very easy, much like this series for Eevee Angel. Just absolutely getting it done and getting it done in a hurry. Coming through with the sneaky, hard to count lethal there in the last game there. Widow, what are your overall thoughts on that series?
I feel like that your casters just cannot do math. That's an overall takeaway from just watching more or less any cast in the world, right? Like just doing maths on stream, it's like it's a sin.
It's hard. It's hard.
It's hard.
It's hard.
To be honest, like sometimes if you're like not used to playing on stream, sometimes you'll end up making like stupid mistakes you're not thinking about, right? Because like I've made mistakes in the past as well, where I should have lost a game, I didn't end up losing because my opponent misplayed. In Trigger and Magic, where I should have just have healed and I just didn't, right? So I've been in the shoes of Arcane Nexus before, so I can understand it, right? But the thing is that if you haven't been in the shoes before of esports, you know, like MetaProGaming.gg, fantastic place to get yourself all the help you need because they provide full service esports management, developmental and consulting. Right, that's part of the company structure as well. You know what? They also do provide esports coaching. They provide college esports management, arena design, and equipment. So you know what? Visit them at MetaProGaming.gg for all your MetaPro gaming needs.
You know, between the two of us, I think that we can pool enough brain cells to both do math and speak real words. I don't know if we had enough there to comprehend the absolute clown fiesta that we just witnessed, however, in Hearthstone. I hope that everyone grabbed their party hat on the way in, because that was one to remember. Widow, once again, I'm going to toss it to you. Any closing thoughts before we head to a quick break?
You can follow me on Twitter at Widowcasts. I provide content that is about us, goes what you just seen on screen every day. And yep, that's all for now. Thank you guys for having me yet again for another week. I will be going to sleep.
All right, gonna have a great night. To everyone at home, don't go to bed just yet, because we have more Hearthstone coming your way after the break.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Hello and welcome back, Hearthstone fans, to Hearthstone, brought to you by NECC _ esports on twitch.tv. I am Coach Jim. With me tonight is Mick, and we've got Wub and Paper Ninja. East Tennessee State versus California Santa Cruz. East Coast versus West Coast. Mick, what's it look like we're going to see tonight?
It's looking like we're going to see a little bit longer games today. You know, we've seen a lot of very aggressive kind of play styles with all these guys, but looking at the lineups tonight with, you know, how Wub has his, you know, corrupt paladin, how we got just lots of paladins, warriors, priests, lots of slower archetypes compared to what we're usually seeing with a lot of rogue, demon hunter, and, you know, even regular hunter, things of the likes of that. So overall, we're going to see a lot more turn 10s possibly coming around when, you know, they get the chance, if nobody's running that stealth rogue just yet, and just allowing the game to elaborate itself a little bit more and showing, you know, a lot of intricate boards to come out tonight.
All right, we do have the deck lists. We do know that there's been one ban already. So Demon Hunter has been banned away. Our producer's saying something, I didn't quite hear him. We'll do a ban match as well, is what he's saying. But it looks like Demon Hunter got taken out. So on that side, we'll have Priest, Paladin, and Warrior. We do not know about the other ban yet, but those four are Warlock, Paladin, Mage, and Rogue. So one of those definitely going away. And it looks like they're getting ready to get into game here. Mick, who do you like here in game one?
In game one here, I'm really liking, you know, Paper Ninja overall. You know, we sit there where you're talking about him off screen. You know, he's kind of back and forth, but also, you know, I still have a little love and heart for Wub here because, I mean, Paper Ninja on the ladder, he's had so much success there. I would love to see Wub kind of, you know, compete on a competitive level and show, because on the first week, we did see Paper Ninja fall. So, I mean, overall, he may still be doing well on ladder, but with the expansions, with new expansions coming in, with new standard sets coming in, with all kinds of different variety coming to the meta up here, you know, coming pretty soon overall, you know, especially with this month of new expansion being released, as well as a whole new core set coming out. You never know what these guys are going or how they're going to perform on ladder going forward. So overall, I hopefully I'm getting to see Wub with his little Diamond 3 crest going on tonight, showing that his grind on ladder is actually taking him somewhere in the competitive stage.
Are they in game, Mr. Producer? Are they in game?
Yes, Wub and Paper Ninja. Yes.
As did mine.
Yeah, Wub is actually running Demon Hunter, and Paper Ninja is running Warlock right now. So we're seeing Corrupt Warlock against, just your standard run-of-the-mill Demon Hunter, which is, it's truly optimal. It's so aggro-based, so, who isn't going to run it? You're not going to run big demons or anything of the likes of that. Overall, you do want to get that very early damage. You want to go ahead and get Warlock into a low stage with that health, as well as, with that hero power that Warlock has stacked on top of it. You want to go ahead and manipulate that as best as possible.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I thought Demon Hunter got banned. This is the ban match. Okay. Yeah. So the other ban then was Warlock. Obviously. Okay. So then the other ban was Warlock, because we were talking about the bans earlier. We'll see if I can get in here, because I cannot see what Mick is seeing at the moment. Mick, kind of talk people what's going through here, because I can't see it, and neither can the people at home.
All right, well, I think neither one of these guys are really seeing too much either, because as I was explaining how the archetypes match up, nobody really played any cards. Demon Hunter had a free turn 1 and all, but I think these guys are just throwing it for the most part, because nobody's playing any cards, interestingly enough.
So everybody's just going for late game?
Warlock has 2 Spirit Jailers in hand, and Demon Hunter always has his hero power to go with, so not exactly sure what these guys are doing here with this. Oh, Demon Hunter's now actually doing something. He's hero powering, and I'm not... Okay.
What do you mean they're waiting for... I can see half of them. I can't see Paper Ninja. Yeah, I have no... There's the eyeball. I had no eyeball. Yeah, I'm solid. I don't know why they would wait for me. I'm not worth waiting for.
Okay, so
right,
now
so we won't be seeing Demon Hunter. We won't be seeing Warlock, which means we'll have Priest, Paladin, Warrior, and Paladin, Mage, Rogue.
Yeah, so, we were talking about this earlier, and I don't want to call you out or anything, but I kind of want to say I called that Warlock there. I want to say up front, I kind of did see the Warlock coming.
You said the Warlock was going to get banned. However, I said that if the Mage wasn't banned, the Mage was going to win.
Yeah, and there's definitely something to look forward to if it does, because I love seeing Highlander decks overall just succeed, because they're so interesting with every single card in your deck being different and having to capitalize off of those effects that, some of these bigger cards like Reno and Alex Straza and things like that, overall just super interesting to see what they can manage with. And we're already seeing both of them being brought in already. So this is going to be a good start here.
Gonna be real fun. Alrighty. That is I was gonna say get rid of some of that. There was a lot of high mana cost in there. Coin though, always nice to see in the opening hand.
Overall though, both of these guys having Zephyrs off the bat, I think this is gonna be the huge turn of things, because it's only a 2 cost. So really, at this turn right now, they could all decide to be able to use it if need be. Which it looks like Paper Ninja's going to go ahead and try and get that. Nope, maybe not. He will actually be popping the Zephyrs right off the bat, which is very interesting. I think, when you're facing up against Mage, and especially knowing that you're most likely going to get Wild Growth with nothing on the board, so there's no real threats for the whole algorithm to detect that Zephyrs brings to the board. You do want to sit there and get that mana ramp fairly quickly, especially with Priest. He has that dragon in hand. He has the old big old whelp. So he is going to have a draw. He's going to have all kinds of things to work with overall, because he's looking to get those bigger minions. So, Wild Growth, popping Zephyrs up front was a very good idea, because Highlander Mage isn't all that reliant on minions. It's very, Mage as a whole is very spell reliant. It's very good with controlling the board through his spells and through his secrets and things like that. One of them coming down right now being counter spell. So overall, Ninja may be able to pick up on this if he sits there and reads it, because in that case, he's not going to want to pop that wild growth.
No, he would not. But you gotta wonder. You gotta wonder, because it could be a couple things, a couple different secrets in that deck. Could be a couple things.
Which overall, you know, we will see probably Paper Ninja getting the best idea. These guys see their deck list ahead of time, and he knows it's going to be a Highlander deck. So if he knows he's already gotten that counter spell off the board very early, he's going to be able to, you know, going forward, he's not going to have to be concerned about it under any circumstances, unless there's some kind of discover factor that Mage brings to the board, like with an Arcane Breath or something in the likes of that, allowing him to discover another one of those. But the chances of it are a little bit very unlikely overall. So I think going forward, he's very happy to go ahead and get that counter spell away. I think Mage would have probably wanted to wait later in the game for something if he gets established a board, maybe for something like, you know, like a mirror, or something like that, like, yeah, Soul Mirror, or probably something like Palm Reading, which would sit there and reduce the cost of all spells in hand. Just any other kind of idea, especially Plague of Death. I mean, that being a 9 mana if Mage does get a board somehow. So overall, a very weird start here from Wub, but he does get 2 more secrets down. So all he has to really do is just find a way to control the board that Paper Ninja's doing a really good job of putting down.
Well, and I really think that the counterspell coming out early is because they knew that they didn't have a counter for a lot of stuff going on out there.
Mm-hmm.
So they knew they were going to be playing a little bit later into the game here. So the early counterspell just bought them time. I think all they were doing there was buying time.
So that's a completely fair assumption overall. I mean, these guys, obviously, they're in the position to sit there and have the idea of these archetypes, these matchups, playing enough on the ladder. I would see possibly running a Shadow or Death in this situation, because you know that Priest is going to be throwing out these large cards. And it really comes down to what he's opting for. If he's going to try and find a way to retaliate the board again, he's most likely going to go Animal Companion. But with Hunter's archetype, that's a little bit too aggressive for the likes of Mage, especially if you're not running something like a Secret Mage. You're running more of a Highlander. You want to play the tempo. You want to let those big minions get down. You want to let, you know, the things of Dragon Queen Alexstrasza or something like that, but he's not going to go with either and opt for Mark of the Wild here to possibly trade in that 5/5 or push some face damage.
Well, and with the secret he's got down, that could be pretty decent.
Your mind is not your...
Could be pretty decent.
Which, you know, that is a good point actually, because he's probably looking to do that, but unfortunately, sacrificing a little too much for it, because, I mean, if I was in a situation, he's probably trying to get that Rig Fair game off. Because looking at his hand right now, he has Wub has an Alexstrasza, he has a Caligos. He's a little bit too much of, like, big spells right now. I mean, Jandis overall is obviously really good. But, I mean, looking at every single one of these spells, he doesn't have too much to work with. It seems as if every single turn right now is only looking to give him maybe 1 or 2 cards on the board. So this Priest is a little bit too overwhelming for him right now.
Just a little bit. Everything in his hand is too expensive. He's got a very expensive hand as well at the moment. And, you know, losing the minion there, that's just a bad turn of events. Just a bad turn of events. They had the perfect secret down there with the taunting minion. It just didn't go the way they wanted it to.
You know, especially with how strong that combo is. I mean, he's going to have to get that Zephyrs off the board comparative to that 2/4 the Acolyte, because, I mean, overall, that Zephyrs is going to go right back up to 5 damage. So, I mean, that's a free 5 he's giving him, and he doesn't want to go ahead and split up that big ol' whelp just yet because of the fact that it's going to split into 2 more 5/5s, so it's just going to make things harder to deal with.
And that's not going to help anything. Oh, this is just going to go from bad to worse for Wub here.
Yeah, a little bit too much going in Paper Ninja's favor right here. Nothing wrong with that, because, I mean, nonetheless, it is a Highlander matchup. We are going to have to see this Mage again if Wub brings a comeback of some sorts. But overall, just a really sticky situation the man's in when you're looking at his hand. He does now have a Wand Thief, which is going to be very good for him, especially with this, you know, with this Defender going on here. getting 6 health back on the board, as long as Priest doesn't have a way to remove that as well. But he's going to draw 3 cards here, possibly finding a way to shut that out and still get some face damage going on here.
And they were all low-cost cards, which is nice to see when you've got 8 mana. Because you can combo off here, and only 9 health on the side of Wub.
Oh, that's huge. That Mass Dispel is huge. Okay, so yeah, right now it's looking like, yeah, Paper Ninja's just way too good right now for the situation. I mean, looking in rear view, when you're in that situation of Mage against Priest, I mean, Priest overall is just super strong. That's why we've seen so many bans of him. We've seen him brought up a good bit of times, but more than likely he's going to be banned. So it kind of makes sense for him to opt for, banning something else. But I mean, I kind of get the Demon Hunter ban and the Warlock ban, but overall, I mean, when you see something like Priest on there, he's super control oriented. He's always going to beat you in your own game if you're going for some kind of control. He does Mage, he just does it a little bit better. It's not very offensive, the whole thing, and just behind Mage, it's getting down some face damage, hitting minions with spells and things of the likes of that. But overall, that's the issue with Mage as well, is that when you're looking at the likes of Priest, you sit there and let the game, the longer it's going to draw out, especially with these new cards that come in from expansions being so cheap and these spells being so powerful for Priest overall. I mean, I'm just not sure exactly what you can do in that matchup.
Much better starting hand here for Wub. Much better starting hand. As there's low-cost cards that he can actually get out onto the board.
And Reno's also going to be very huge if he can sit there and elaborate the game a little bit, because when you look at the likes of Paladin, he's very buff-oriented, very about getting those Librams down, doing things like that to make sure there's more and more for him to kind of play with overall. And keep in mind that this version of Paladin that Paper Ninja is running is a Libram Paladin. It's not the Corrupt Paladin, which Wub has in his lineup. So overall, if he gets those Libram downs and the Reno goes down by any chance, it doesn't activate those death rattles at all. So therefore, Paladin will not get those Librams back.
Oh, talk about having the perfect card at the perfect time. Which is a pun, guys. It's a pun based on the fact that he had Zephyrs the Great. Come on, guys. Follow along.
Right back to his expensive draws. What a shame.
Yeah. However, board control at the moment. Let's be honest here. It's board control at the moment. So this looks already a lot different than game number 1 with this Mage deck. This Mage deck running exactly how it needs to at the moment.
Yeah, it's a lot of really cheap draws. Zephyr's obviously doing really good with that Hungry Crab. We are going to see Paper Ninja throwing down these 1 costs as much as possible, finding ways to get on the board. Issue is he got that labor kind of robbed away from him. So he's looking at right now and not having really much to deal with. I mean, he has an 8 cost in hand. He has 2 5 costs. I mean, he doesn't want to sit there and waste a whole turn specifically for that. He's going to try and get one of these minions to stick. He's going to get that Wisdom off. He's going to get another card draw going down and just find a way to buy this game out, because he wants to get that Libram of Hope down. He wants to put that in the Lady Liadrin pool, excuse me. But I mean, looking at Mage right now, especially, that Reno is always going to be some kind of, threat on the board when you can sit there and easily remove Divine Shield, minions, death rattles, everything it likes. I mean, even Reborn as well. All of it's just out the water.
And Wub just still with the draw woes, as he's still trying to draw something he can use, and unfortunately he has drawn another 10 cost card. Which
I mean, when we break it down, that's not too shabby for him though. We're getting in these later turns right now, and comparatively, he does have a counter spell to be looking forward to, especially if he feels like Paladin's going to drop down that Libram of Hope, especially seeing that now he's going to be dropping down that Wisdom. Overall, if he can find a way to trade out these cards, somehow manage a way to get these minions off the board, especially with this rigged fair game going on, then I mean, that counter spell could totally wipe out that Libram of Hope.
But that's what he needed right there. A couple of low cost cards. That's what he needed. The high ones are good, but you need the low cost ones to combo into them to give them even more power when they come out.
Especially looking at the secret jar right here, which is going to give him a flame ward and give him that board control he's looking for. Because when you're trying to buy out this time, get yourself in a late game situation, especially with this armor vendor. I mean, it looks like Wubbs finally found a little way to kind of suffice himself until those later turns with that 4 armor, with these secrets going on here. It seems like things are starting to play in his favor a little more now.
This is what I was waiting to see on this mage deck. This is the kind of game I was looking to see. A lot of control, the secrets down. I'd like to see more secrets down. I'd like to just be sitting behind a wall of secrets like, come on, do something. I swear to God, no matter what you do, one of my secrets is going off.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them all.
Yeah, always a good situation to be in, having a little Christmas tree of secrets there. But, you know, when you do have something like a deck tracker, there is a way to play around all of these. But when you're in Paper Ninja's situation right now with how little of a hand he has going on, I mean, at this point, you're not exactly looking to throw away your turn, but you're just looking a way to trade off the board, find ways to deal with stuff, because, you know, he's most likely not, he's not going to be running a splitting image. I mean, that's kind of out of it now. So overall, just looking for ways to control the board, get this hero power down, get the Libram down, use it possibly as a way to kind of throw out the counter spell if he feels like that's going to get thrown down. Just trying to suffice with what he has and balance out his hand as much as possible. But with this Dragon Queen Alexstrasza being 2 turns shy right now, I mean, there's only so much you can do to a point, because, I mean, the closer it gets to later turns, it looks like the quicker Paper Ninja is going to be ended again.
And he's going to get a bunch of cards here. I thought he was going to get at least one more. Hold on a second.
For each trigger, it's for each secret that's been triggered, not for each one that's been cast.
My apologies. I thought it was 2 cards plus 1 for each triggered secret. My bad. Read it wrong. Read the card wrong. That's on me.
You're good.
100%. On me. I'm like, wait a minute. He's triggered at least 1. The card did math already. The card did math.
Mm-hmm. So that would have been for Rigged Fair Game, and that would have been Flame Ward as well. Or no, it wouldn't have been Flame Ward. I'm trying to think of what the second one was that he sat there and threw down.
It was Rigged Fair Game was the first one.
Actually, no, that's what it is. It's just that one. It starts with 1 card and then upgrades per. So, yeah, it would be just that one.
Right. And just that fast board position has turned around. However, one more turn and we're going to start seeing these massive drops coming out.
Huge. Right there. The acidic coming out, when you're facing up against this paladin, you know, throwing down acidic swamp ooze is purely just board establishment at this point, because overall, when you're facing paladin, you know most likely there's going to be something like, say, a Libram of Justice is going to be coming down pretty soon or at any time. Something like a Libram of Judgment as well, which, you know, gives you lifesteal, and it's a 5/3 weapon. I mean, maybe a little bit too hasty right there, but overall, I mean, when you sit there and have the likes of what you got in your hand, I mean, when you're looking at Alexstrasza, a Caligos, a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, just all these super huge draws that you got. I mean, at this point in the game, especially with how many minions you got on board, I think it's safe to, you know, put a little more chips down and, you know, call it a day when you're in Wubb's situation.
There goes the counter spell. Still 2 secrets down, though. So some of you got to be, if you're a Paper Ninja, you don't like to see all of those secrets stacked up there.
Yeah, especially against the likes of a mage, because you never know. The mage arguably has some of the most powerful secrets in the game, besides Rogue, which purely comes off expansions. Mage, she was built for this from the beginning. She was very spell-oriented, trying to get these spells down, these secrets down, find ways, you know, use your spells to manipulate the field, whether or not it's on your turn or your opponent's turn. So we are going to see the Dragon Queen finally coming down, and he's going to have just a much better hand to go by, especially with a Nozdormu right here and a Crazed Netherwing. That's just even more board control.
All right, so couple of little small minions there. Ooh, that's nice looking though. Nothing wrong with all of that. All of a sudden, beef on the table.
Beef indeed, but with this Reno, he's
He's exactly what this man needed to get rid of that beef. To get to sit there and get a straight 8-8 hit on the man, throw it on a Nas, and especially when you're in Paper Ninja situation now, I mean, you're kind of locked in, it feels like. I mean, especially look at the hand he has. There's only so much you can do. He's going to be trading in these bear-offs. He's going to be doing... I mean, he's going to be able to establish himself some form of retaliation. But overall, now with the way he's sitting at placing down that 4-6, you do make your relief rooms cheaper overall, which is what he needed for that combo. But unfortunately, I mean, it almost feels like with that bear off, it's only a 3-2 a deal 1 on the board. It's not exactly, you don't get that AoE effect to it when you use those ping flingers for effect. You don't sit there and have any kind of control to, you know, charge a minion in or charge him in specifically. It doesn't seem like he got enough utility out of that, especially when you're looking at the likes of another dragon that costs 1 mana in hand. You're looking at the likes of a Caligos. I mean, you're going to want to use that on something like those relatively compared to the situation he was in.
Yes, no, would agree 100%.
Watch closely. I make everyone disappear.
And there we go.
There we go.
The old magic trick. The old, what is it? Chris Angel, I believe. Making
And
your
look,
board
it's
disappear.
gone. What is this, Vegas?
I mean, they're throwing on a show equal to it right now. I'm loving what I'm seeing. We're seeing a lot of late games. We're seeing Sprint, which actually is probably going to burn a card here. Astromancer and Key Warden. That is not good at all. You sit there and you have all these draws in your deck, and the two things you burn are going to be both legendary minions. Especially when Paladin is at the likes of 21 health still, and he still's got plenty of cards to work with, and you just threw 5 of them. That's actually huge turn right there. Paper Ninja can get the draws right here to switch this out.
I'm right there with you. Another big drop though, and we're still waiting for Caligos to come out though, and that could be really big.
Caligos would be big, especially when you had the likes of a rolling fireball in hand. I mean, when you're in a situation with that wand, you're thankful to have it because it's paying back towards you. With after burning 2 legendaries, that's totally fine, especially when you get the likes of a 3-4 with that spell burst. I mean, I wouldn't be complaining at this point.
No. Absolutely not. And just going at it now. Here we go.
I mean, it's got a full board basically. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give me the secrets. All of the secrets.
Another win, probably. Yep. I mean, just sit there, get all 7 down, buddy. Go for it. Put yourself in that winning situation. You lost that first one against Priest, but this is your time to shine. You know, you may have lost 2 legendary minions, but all in all, I mean, especially when you follow up those burns with a Malagos, I mean, you're looking pretty good in this situation. So overall, he didn't get. I will want to note one thing. When it comes to Wolf's play last turn, he did not get the spell burst off with the Firebrand, which when you're looking at the situation of a minion who just got summoned, he's not able to attack this turn. So he probably could have gone for an Arcane Breath and gotten a little bit more utility out of it overall, especially with the fact that he wasted 1 mana. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. Man's got an Alexstrasza on hand. He's got a Caligos. He's got a Malagos. He's got all the Alagoses that can be thrown around. So I mean, you know, Wub taking out the second game right here, 1-1 in the series, and it's looking like the only 2 we have left for Paper Ninja now are going to be Paladin and Warrior. So we're gonna be seeing that again, as well as looking at going forward for Wub. He's going to be have to running Paladin and Rogue. So, you know, I'm really excited to see this Paladin from Wub here because I mean, this dude, he's running a Corrupt Paladin. I saw this last week, and it was really interesting to see. I mean, it's not the likes of a Ramp Paladin or anything, but it kind of follows the same exact kind of aspect. And we're going to see them play here and see exactly how much it can do for Wub. a man who seemed to, last month be unfavored, but now being higher up in the ladder, maybe his draws are a little bit better.
I just want to say, seeing the mage go off there at the end, that's what I was expecting out of that deck. When we were talking pregame about it, I'm looking at that deck going, no, this is what mage is going to do. And it did get a win. It didn't get the win first off, but it did get a win. So I'm happy to at least know that looking at the deck list, I was able to see good cards there. It didn't go the way I thought it would at all, but it did get that win in the end. Just had all the late game cards. You got to, I think they hit round 12, I think. It's just like, no, every late game card you could possibly want, Wub had. And it was one of those that Paper Ninja knew too. Paper Ninja's like, oh wait, no, they've got this, and that with 5 secrets down. Yeah, no, this one's probably done.
Yeah, and overall, when we're looking at this right here, I feel like when it comes down to it, this is going to be a very fun, early game for both of these guys. When you have the likes of a Gibberling, when you're in Paper Ninja situation, that's awesome to have overall, especially to have all these duplications going on. But also when you're in Wub situation, you do have that McGurgle, you do have a wand maker, so you have a lot of kind of ways to sit there and trade out these minions, find a way to kind of manipulate yourself, especially when you're looking at Nosdormu here in 2 turns to go ahead and get that 10 mana up. I mean, at that point, he can sit there and throw down on Dark Moon Rabbit, or he could go ahead and just establish himself a huge board, especially getting a free 8/8 off the bat.
I hear you talking, and I just realized that you were looking at their game, and my Hearthstone glitched out again. So I am jumping back in there as soon as humanly possible, and I'm getting in now. But yeah, you were talking about it. I'm like, wait, what's he looking at? I have no idea what he's looking at. I'm not seeing either one of them as observable. So thank you for letting me know how it was going.
Well, it's my pleasure. Yeah, it's kind of our job here in NECC. But when we're sitting there,
I had nothing. I had nothing on my monitor.
It's all good. It's okay. We all have our moments overall. But speaking of moments, we do have going ahead, throwing down his 8/8 here. Overall, just putting those 10 mana on the board, and especially, which is really good for him, he didn't have too much of a threat, albeit. When I was looking at his situation, I was having to look at that Dark Moon Rabbit, having to look at that Circus Amalgamation, having to look at that McGurgle, and finding ways to kind of decide what to throw down and how to exactly react. But when you have the likes of a Scrapyard Colossus now, especially having this 10 mana so early at this point, I mean, we do see Paper Ninja with a Libram of Wisdom, but I mean, he can only kill it once, and at that point, you got to sit there and trade into 7 mana somehow. So overall, that draw is pretty huge for the man, and overall he still does have a redemption he could run with it, but he didn't get it up early enough to be able to utilize it to his fullest extent, because theoretically this man could have gotten 14-14 in terms of stats just off 1 minion alone, because when you consider the fact of how much health would have been debuffed from the wisdom, but then also getting a duplicate of it, I mean, overall that's an insane play for the man if he was able to maintain it.
You are still looking at these same 2 cards up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the game didn't crash on me again. We are still looking at these same 2 cards.
No, I wouldn't be too sure about that. We may not be looking at it. What I'm seeing is Wub drawing here at tip of the scales, trying to tip the scales.
Okay, because I'm I'm still seeing Scrapyard Colossus and New Fate on the screen.
Oh no. What's going on right now is that Wub, he just sat there and tipped the scales, and he has really good draws for what he's looking for. This man just sat there and pulled, he pulled 2 Fishy Flyers, he pulled 2 Crab Riders. He has a way to fully, for the most part, wipe out Paper Ninja's board besides 1 minion, which is huge for this man, because now he is able to get that Scrapyard Colossus down. He is able to get that redemption down if need be. He does have now ways to find, the systems to put down these threats and find a way to wait out time and buy enough time for that Yashiraj to come down and find a way to close this out. Because once you get in that situation of Yashiraj, when you look at the likes of having a Dark Moon Rabbit, having a Scrapyard, playing to each one of those kinds of archetypes, I mean, the Murloc obviously wouldn't be all that strong, but when you're looking at something like Tip the Scales, I mean, it doesn't really matter overall, because you're getting a huge turn, which he just did right there, to clear such a strong board that Paper Ninja had established.
Alrighty, and thank you for our producer throwing me a clean stream, because for some reason my game decided to hard crash. So, back with you here, Mick. Because for a hot second I didn't know what was going on.
Well, you missed an exciting one, I'll say. That tip to scales was pretty huge. It did exactly what the card says it does. But still allowing him some time here on the board. Paladin doesn't have the best draws going on here for him. He's running out of hand space pretty quickly. I mean, you do have a Libram to work with. I'm sorry. I was thinking Labyrinth, but he does have a 4/5 with Divine Shield. He does have these 2 taunts on the board now, and he is going to be looking to put a little bit of the damage onto the 0/4 and make it a 1/5. So he does want to sit there and give it a chance to deal some damage, especially if he wants to. You know, he actually is in a situation where he needs to decide what to do with this Crab Rider, because it will be able to take that damage for it to die no matter which way it goes now. But overall, Wub is just looking like he's in a much better situation. The man has a high Abyss now. He has his Scrapyard. He has a Spectral. He has his McGurgle. I mean, this man's got a full arsenal of a hand. Meanwhile, Paper Ninja, the only situation he's in right now is just deciding when the heck he's going to throw down the Libram of Justice, because that is the only resource he has besides his Libram of Judgment.
Oh, I'm with you right there. They're trying to figure out what they want to do here on Wub's side. If he wants to play a couple of cards or drop one of the big ones, that's the question right now. Board control going to be big here.
Is looking for a way. Interesting little aspect there to run the Wind Fury. If you know you're going to get these trades into the minions, I probably would have traded the red scale, so you could have sat there and gotten some damage on face when it came down to the Crab Rider. Get a hit on face, get that 3 damage there, then trade into a minion, because no matter what, you know it's going to die. So why sit there and utilize it on Divine Shield?
No, I agree. Then again, we have the advantage of seeing both hands, so we get to play with a little bit of extra knowledge. But I think I would agree with you on that one.
Especially with the red scale still being down the board. I mean, Paper Ninja at no point is it going to seem like he's going to want to trade into that. So therefore, you need to get your own kind of resources out of it. You need to find ways to draw a dragon if you need to, which that's a free draw right there if you switch it out for the Divine Shield. Even then, I mean, in that situation, there's kind of no loss to it, no harm, no foul, because I mean, overall, you're still going to be trading that Spectral Flyer. You're still going to get the trade on it. You're still going to find ways to let these guys live. But I mean, it's a 3 missed damage right there. But when you're in the shoes of Wub, I mean, considering the benefit that we have of seeing both sides of the board, I mean, it's looking like he's sitting in a much more comfortable situation overall. So I don't think he's too concerned about anything.
Well, and still has the 2 bombs in his hand. 3. To be fair, 3 bombs in his hand. So, and has bigger hand size than Paper Ninja. So when you have hand size and you have the bombs, you feel pretty good about it.
That was a mistake.
Brew Jailer giving him a little bit of wiggle room right there. He did sit there and have 2 3/3s, and then with that overall, he had what was 11 damage from what I counted. So it wasn't exactly enough for lethal anyways, but especially with this Lemur of Hope, that may be exactly what Paper Ninja is looking for in this situation. I mean, that would now, trade into the 7/7, albeit he would have a 7/7 to deal with after he kills that one. But, especially when you have something like a Darkmoon Rabbit, if you can find a way to clear that Divine Shield, I mean, you could easily trade that out and then get anything else. You could clear out that, that Silver Hand as well. But I don't think he's going to be ended up using it yet, or he may sit there and trade out the red scale or the McGurgle. I mean, he has so many death rattles to deal with that this deck, I mean, it's sitting in a really comfortable spot. So when you're in Wub's situation, especially considering Paper Ninja, Wub is actually probably at this point in game very concerned. Okay, never mind. When you pull up that Yashiraj, it kind of feels like it's over. But I was going to say that you see that Paper Ninja has held on to this card for so many turns. So you're trying to think of what kind of ace up his sleeve does he have working with here. He has held this card since the very beginning. He's sitting at 22 health what is this card and what is it going to do? I'm looking at his deck list. I don't know what it is, but what is he trying to scheme here? So, I mean, when you're in the situation of, well, with that Yashiraj, I don't think it really matters what kind of ace up his sleeve his has, because he's going to say, can you clear a 7/7? Can you clear an 8/8? Can you sit there and, you know, get rid of a 3/4? I mean, can you go ahead and get rid of, especially like all a 10/10? I mean, come on. Overall, everything that you're dealing with in this situation, I mean, there's not really, at that stage in the game, I feel bad for Paper Ninja, because I mean, it seems like he's feeling like he's holding on somehow, and he's maintaining himself and trying to find a way to make this out. But I mean, when you really break it down and we see these two hands, I mean, well, I'm just looking super high and mighty right now.
Oh yeah. Well, like you said, Paper Ninja hanging around, and sometimes you just gotta hang around long enough. Sometimes it's all it's about is hanging on long enough, but that hanging on might be over now.
And has now 16 damage and stats on the board. 6 damage to deal with. The most Paper Ninja could do in this situation is throw out that Libram of Wisdom, get one of those scrapyards off the board. But in that situation, you still got another 7/7 to deal with. So Paper Ninja's going to cut his losses, say, let's go ahead and give this another shot. I got to get this deck over with. Hasn't done me too well in these past 2 games. But going forward, I mean, at this point in the game, Wub is now locked down to what I believe is going to be his rogue. So yes, as long as Paper Ninja this way going forward, if he can sit there and maintain that early game, survive that and deal with it, I mean, it's an easy win for him. He knows exactly what this rogue is going to be throwing forwards, because it's the most straightforward out of all 3 that he has.
And it's going to be interesting if they can get it off early, and it looks like they have the starting hand, they could get it off early. It looks like a strong starting hand for Rogue there.
Well, looking at these deck lists, when you're kind of looking at Rogue's situation, I mean, having those 1/1s is great, albeit, but you're probably looking for something to get you a little more card draw. You do have that One Thief, you do have that Prize Plunder, but when you don't have the hand size to actually work with it and, you know, play around with it a little bit and kind of experiment, I mean, you just have basically a wasted questing adventure, it feels like, because you don't want to waste that hand. When you're in a situation, I mean, a Foxy Fraud, a Swindle, a World Kickmaster, any of those kinds of things. I mean, even Evil Miscreant, when you have so many 1-drops to work with, I mean, that's huge for the man. He would have probably loved to have something like that. So his prayers are now answered, and he's going to be getting a World Kickmaster here, which is going to work extremely well with the likes of that Prize Plunder and that One Thief, especially if he can get this adventure down first.
Well, and you know, we talk about the fact that sometimes you just need to draw. Sometimes it's all about what the draw comes down to, and drew what they needed right there. So we'll see if it works out here when they get a little bit of mana. Like you said, getting the questing adventure down first. So threw some damage to face, and they're gonna try to get the combo down the right way.
Getting that Swindle as well, huge plays right here. Lots of good, you know, situations to be put into when you're in the situation of Wub right now. He does have a lot of resources. He just doesn't have the man to work with all of it, which is really bad because it doesn't seem like he has too much of a curve going for him right now. Having to waste that One Thief specifically just to get some stats on the board and trigger other combo effects and not even getting really any of those off besides a Swindle. I mean, that's not healthy.
It's a bit rough. It's a bit rough. But they're going to have a little bit more mana next round. They're going to be able to get at least 2 cards down. So they can start comboing then.
This may be the game that Paper Ninja was looking for. Finding finally a matchup if he can survive that early game. I mean, when he goes forward, if he ends up winning this by some chance, which he's looking pretty comfortable with, especially having that first day of school right now, having the stats on the board to kind of deal with those small minions that he's going to be throwing out. Only issue is he has a Restless Mummy to go up against, but that's only going to be a clear of 2 minions, especially with a 3/3 and the likes of a 3/1, which draws you 2 more minions. So, I mean, going forward, he's hoping that this game wins it to where he's forcing that warrior rogue matchup. I mean, and 9 times out of 10, Warrior's probably going to win that matchup. So Paper Ninja, you know, he may have been playing for the not late game, but late series here.
Fair. Now, you talked about getting that questing adventure out, still in the hand, has had the mana to play it.
So then a perfect 10 card hand right here. Now, yeah, you may not want to put that down, buddy, because if that ends up dying, that's going to be 2 draws overall, and that's possibly a card burn right there.
Gotta be careful. We saw that happen to Wub. Now, it didn't end up affecting the end of the match, but we saw it happen to Wub earlier.
And they leave wisdom, finding a way to maintain those stats. Now, interesting, he opts to put on the Elven Archer here. And also really interesting, he throws down that Toxfin. I'm trying to consider what Paper Ninja's thinking here, because, I mean, when you have the likes of a Crab Rider in hand, you have a combo piece to work with. And whenever you sit there and consider, I mean, I kind of understand evening out overall the whole kind of, you know, we need to get some even balance on the board in terms of health and all. But I mean, when you really look at this right here, Toxfin...
Oh, that's actually really dirty. That's really dirty right there.
That's, yeah, there's, oh,
the recall there, that's dirty. They're gonna be able to combo that off next round.
What's even worse though here is when you're looking at Grabo. I mean, overall, that taunt, I mean, it's gonna die. It's going to sit there and give that effect to Amber Watcher. Whenever he gets one hit, he's going to die. Summon another Grabo. If he can get another minion down, it's going to give him that effect. Like, overall, this is the start of a domino effect that Paper Ninja has to literally search for a whole... He's going to almost have to use a whole win condition purely to get rid of that threat on the board.
Yeah.
We're to see what he can maintain with it right now, because if he can get this Grabo shut down this turn, he's not going to have to worry about it going forward. He already sat there and knocked out, you know, the Amber Watcher. So at this point, he's having to find a way where he needs to shut this down, and it looks like he's going to get it. Good play by Paper Ninja here.
There we go.
Well played. Well played.
Uh-oh. That could go really well there for Wub, though. That prepper.
Yeah, at this point in the game, he does have a lot more to work with. He still has the likes of a Whirl Kick. He still has Janus in hand, which is probably just going to opt for, because I'm thinking the same thing as him. You want to go ahead and get this Janus down. You want to throw it out again. You want to establish the board somehow, because you want to sit there and force Paper Ninja to think about what's going to be a decoy. I need to sit there and find out which one of these are real, which one of these are fake. Which, I mean, the real one's probably going to be the Berserker, if we're being real here. But when you're going forward, I mean, you got to find a way to get the most out of that Foxy. You got to find a way to get the most out of that Whirl Kick. You have to find a way to ramp all that right off the questing adventure. So when you're looking at something like a turn 10, you'd be looking at questing adventure, you know, starting off with that, running a Whirl Kick, then running an Eviscerate, running a Prize Planner, running a Foxy. Any of those, actually your Foxy with one of those, excuse me, because of the discount that you get on that card. I mean, this man can use a whole hand, make that questing adventure at least a 7/7, and then giving him more materials to work with that master.
Yeah, and that's not even talking about what he's going to draw this next turn, because they're going to get a draw too, and they've been drawing exactly what they've needed so far. And people talk all the time about top decking. You know, if you could top deck 1 or 2 or 3 things in a row, like a good hand becomes a great hand.
It will be amazing for this man if he can find a way to find that second Whirl Kick master, because if he can maintain and find a way to get that in his hand, he could play that as well in every single combo card he plays down. He could go ahead and get 2 of them as well, allowing him to get more swindles in hand, more prize plunders, finding more ways to just chain off of that, and, you know, find a way to just overall just completely curb stomp Paper Ninja and give him a full hand to work with.
could get super interesting really quickly here.
Ninja using so much resources just to get rid of these Jandice minions. I mean, oh, what can he do? I mean, he's sitting there dealing with a really cheap hand, albeit, but overall, this man has used both times that what was played Jandice, he has used at least 3 cards to deal with 1 minion. There it is. It starts now.
Yep. Oh no! Look at it go! Look at it go!
Evolving. Yep. It's a much better shot.
Yep.
Now, the Witchy this should be interesting. Is he going to try and get rid of... Yeah, you got to get the traits in there, dog. You got to use a prize plunder on that. You got to get something out of that World Kick Master thing. You have a weapon in hand, so you can trade into those, being they both have 1 damage. But opting for the Cobalt Lykie instead, which I can understand. When you're in the situation where you have a prize plunder, I mean, that thing was about to do, let's see. When you look at how many cards, look at the little replay right there. That's 3, 6, at least 7 damage out of 1 prize plunder. I mean, you don't exactly want to use that on a 1-1. I mean, that feels like overkill. So, you know, well played by him. A good shot right there. And, you know, when going into forward turns, we see he has the likes of a head crack. He has a coerce. He has devolving missiles. I mean, this dude's got plenty to work with. And I don't think he's complaining at all.
And Paper Ninja, a full hand, but it's not a lot more than just shumpy minions. There's not a lot of big over there except for the Libram of Hope. This is gonna get interesting though. This is gonna get interesting, I think, here. Before it gets boring, it's gonna get interesting.
I mean, nothing's wrong with that though. I mean, when you're looking the likes of it, a Libram of Hope, but especially with the large heals he's got, I mean, Rogue could develop a board all day, but I mean, when you sit there and deal with it, you need to find a way to get rid of that questing adventure now that that's down. But besides that, finding a way to, I mean, when you're only dealing with all these minions that only have about, you know, 1 or 2 attack, that's not all that threatening. So this man has all day to kind of look for those resources, finding things to deal with. But it's really interesting the situation that Paper Ninja's in, where he's kind of got to be frustrated with the shoes he's in right now, having to look at, you know, when you have a whole handful of 1 mana things and now drawing another Murloc. I mean, this isn't a token deck. This is not an aggro deck. This is a long range tempo kind of mid-range deck. So when you're sitting in the likes of having to deal with so many cheap minions and nothing else besides that, I mean, that's just got to be super frustrating.
Oh yeah. Let's be honest, the Paper Ninja playing this really well with the resources that they have. There's nothing wrong with the way they're playing the hand. The hand itself just isn't the best that we've seen.
Yo, there's something. There's a Lady Liadrin. There's a Libram of Justice, or of Wisdom, excuse me. This is exactly what Paper Ninja wants. This is the situation in the game. It finally starts rolling. The tides start going in his favor. He has a 4 cost, put everything to 1 health. I mean, in this situation, I mean, that would have been really nice against that questing adventurer. But, I mean, you can't complain. Better late than never, as you said earlier. So, I mean, this man, he sits there. Now he has a Libram of Hope as well. He has another Libram of Wisdom in his hand. I mean, he's got plenty to work with at this stage. He just has to find a way to buff all these minions, get a Liadrin down. I mean, and this man could be sitting at a Silverhand Recruit with, like, maybe sitting at, like, 9-9 for the rest of the game if he can find a way to discount these Librams again.
Yes. Gonna drop the Libram of Hope, though.
Good call, good call.
The health restore there really gonna help because a lot of resources were just spent by Wub to get him low. So the health restore there are gonna be big.
Now understand what he's looking at here. He considered trading, getting that Broom down, and finding a way to trade that 8/8. But when you're in this situation right now, you know that he probably, Wub isn't working with too much at this point. He does have, these combo pieces and all, and that secret passage being great for him. But considering the situation that Paper Ninja's in, looking at, he was probably unfavored for most of this matchup until he finally got these draws he needed. He can actually play defense correctly instead of, very haphazardly dealing with what he has. So he's looking at possibly developing a huge board next turn and finding a way to get trades on these minions to where Rogue is in a situation where it feels like his hand is just going to be some kind of means of control.
And secret passage into a secret passage?
I doubt it. As fun as that'd be to see.
Yeah, it'd be really fun to watch. It'd be fun to watch. They still got 3 mana, they could.
Wow, that's tough. Knowing that, Paladin, you're trading your face right there. You're trading some of your own face damage to sit there and deal a little extra to his. I mean, now he can just throw it in a whole nother Libra Hope, buff out all the damage you just did to him, restoring that 8 health and getting another 8/8 on the board. I mean, what can you do right there? That's rough.
You just got to keep playing the game. Just got to keep playing the game.
Which he does also have a Libra Judgment now. So if he can find a way, if he goes ahead and throws on the Libra Hope, he's going to be able to corrupt that Libra Justice. Find a way to, get some more health on the board. But instead of looking like he's going to do a little bit of board control here, which all in all, never hurt anybody. Well played by him, but he's going to get a Libra Hope down nonetheless.
I have plenty of mana. We've reached the point of the game where nobody's hurting for net mana at this point.
It really just comes down to how many cards you have in hand and how many you can draw. So, Rogue using one of those secret passages, that's really going to deficit him overall. And Paper Ninja dealing with such a large hand and just, sucking up what he had for most of the game. I mean, this is where the tide's turning in his favor.
Yep. Wub not out of it yet, though. Not out of it yet by any stretch.
Interesting though.
With 2 of its race and a prize plunder, you can get rid of the Ancient Guardian.
But that's his whole hand for 1 minion. When you're looking at Paper Ninja's hand, I mean, if he didn't trade that earlier, but this is what he needs right here. Every single minion that dies, he draws a card. So he has a lot of low cost, low health minions for him to play with right now. And to get a lot of card draw.
Ooh, that's the card he needed right there. Am I incorrect?
Okay. Well, to an extent. Now, keep in mind, Flick Skyshiv does get rid of every copy of the card. But when you're considering Paladin, I mean, it even includes the ones in deck. But looking at Paper Ninja's hand, I mean, the most he can do is get rid of those ping flingers, which would help him out a lot. But when you're in his situation, that isn't really... I mean, you're not going to let ping flingers stick to the board. So when you're in this situation, you have to think about... I mean, when you're in Paper Ninja's situation, you want to get rid of that Questing Adventurer first off. You want to get rid of that Cult Master second off. Those kind of have an equal priority to them. But overall, you're finding ways to where you need to control this board because, I mean... He doesn't, at this point, Paladin doesn't have all that many minions to work with. He doesn't have all that many cards to work with, and neither does Wub. But overall, you have to find ways to get yourself to turn the board in your favor. The cards are running low, and that Flick would have been great earlier, don't get me wrong, when you have these minions that are going to discount these Librams. But in this stage in the game, he doesn't have too many duplicates left overall, so therefore it's not going to benefit him all that much.
But being able to destroy a minion though is still, even if you don't destroy the copies, being able to destroy a minion itself is still really good when you're looking at board control and when you're looking at getting rid of something with pretty decent health, like as he is right here. Just getting rid of a 4/7, it's just kind of nice. And you get a 4/4 out. That's all I was like. It's board manipulation. That's all. The copies are great, don't get me wrong. Getting rid of the copies is great, but getting board control back is even better, in my opinion, this late in the game. because I felt bad because you're making that huge point about, oh yeah, it would have been great to get rid of the copies earlier. Yeah. I'm like, I just like it that I can get rid of a minion right now.
Yeah. A very minimalistic look at it, but positive nonetheless. Glass is half full on that side.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I mean, is it the perfect card? No. Does it help you? Absolutely.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Now he's picking up Wub. I mean, as much as I hate to say it, it's looking like Head Crack is, for the most part, his win condition. When you're looking at Lady Leadrin, when you're looking at all these Librams he's going to be able to generate and get, and all these buffs overall, I mean, he does have a little bit of minions on board right now, but he has to get damage on that face, and he needs to hurry it up before these Libram hopes start coming in. When you had the likes of 2 Eviscerates, I mean, that World Kickmaster is really going to be able to help that out. But if you can sit there and find a way to chain Eviscerates or chain Head Cracks, you have to purely deal with what direct face damage you have to win this game. So if we're looking at it right now, he does have a weapon in hand, which is going to be a one damage with that dagger. It's going to be 9 with those 2 Eviscerates, and it's going to be possibly 11 with that Head Crack. But with the Libra Judgment coming down, that's going to slow. That's going to slow him down a lot, and especially only having 1 card left. I mean, that's looking like, well, this ain't going to be able to pull this out.
It'll get interesting, that's for sure. Secret passage there as well, so they can, if they know what's left in their deck, they can throw this away and go for that secret passage.
But he only has 1 card in deck, so I mean, that's gonna be a really good card for this man.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. We don't know what it is. We don't know. It could be a great card. We don't know.
Or to use the Sniper's poisons. What do you have to do with at this point, Wub? And even then, the likelihood of it being drawn isn't exactly, he has to use that right. Because if it's a combo piece per se, he has to utilize that secret passage. He's only going to get the 1 card from deck. I mean, so he's going to sit there and be stuck with one card after that.
Do you shadow step the flick?
No, looks like Wubs just is going to concede it.
See, I was looking at it that the flick, because of the base ability, just being able to get rid of a minion, I'm looking at it like, yeah, do you attack with it and then shadow step it back to your hand and then replay it next turn?
Yeah.
That was my thought. Just purely on the fact that it can get rid of a minion. And as we said, that's not the greatest thing ever. The better part of the ability is getting rid of all the copies. But that late into a game, just getting a minion off the board, getting yourself some board position, not terrible.
Shall we dance?
However, like you were talking about earlier, they know what their opponent still has to play. They have the deck list. They have the listing of what's been played. So probably in their mind, they knew exactly what Paper Ninja had.
Which, I mean, especially when you're the likes of Loeb, I mean, don't get me wrong, he had to find a way to get a lot more early board aggression. That's what Rogue relies on. So when you're looking at it, I mean,
this could get interesting. Apologies for interrupting you there. With two preparations, they could do a lot here. There's a lot which can be played. This could get real interesting really fast.
Now, looking at it though, Warlock, he already has 7 armor down. He's going to have a lot of board control here when he has the likes of, say, a Brawl, if Rogue finds a way to, establish the board a little bit, which, looking on his side, he doesn't have too much to work with. He does have a lot of combo pieces, which will help him, but he can only get so much out of that World Kickmaster. Warrior does have a Sage Dive. He has a Bloodsworn. He has a Risky Skipper. He has a lot of pieces for a combo, which he can't exactly complete yet. Which, when you're in that situation, I mean, right now, until he draws these next 2 cards and, finds something miraculous to work with, it looks like he's going to be stuck with a Risky Skipper and a Bloodsworn, just finding ways to, give minions, the likes to survive. Now, he does have a Stage Dive, but Lord knows what he could draw with that.
I'm just looking at Wubb's hand. I like Wubb's hand. He's got the ability to throw some high cost cards out early. Not that there's a lot of high cost cards in that deck, but he has the ability to get them out early, and if he could get them on the board with board presence, it could be good. Especially because he definitely has board presence right now.
As long as they continue it.
Yeah, and you just gotta. I think you gotta get stuff out there. You gotta get going.
Especially when you're in the hands of having a Colossus of the Moon to work with. Overall, I mean, this could be a domino effect where the dominoes only get bigger the longer down the line you go. So if Warrior can find a way to stop this pretty early, which he does have a Brawl in hand, he really has to make the tough decision of deciding when exactly do I want to use this to get the most out of it. Do I want to sit there and destroy a bunch of, 1-2s, 1-4s, and a 3-2? Meanwhile, when I could sit there and possibly later to see something, because if he goes ahead and uses that Brawl, I mean, you never know when you're going to get another one. So when that Colossus of the Moon comes out, he's got to have a coerce or something to deal with it. And Lord Barov may be the saving grace that he wanted for it.
Gonna have to see some cards get played next turn by Wubb, as their hand is getting fairly large. Still plenty of board presence here for Wubb. Trying to dig through that armor, though.
Now, will the World Kit come out here? Most likely not. I'm very tempted to sit there and throw it out myself. But, when you're dealing with the likes of what you need, you're looking at very small kind of plays right here. So, Spellbender will probably be pretty good. Blizzard, which, I mean, you're not too stressed about, especially with, you haven't seen any pirates yet. But he's running pirate. I mean, Blizzard would be a good option. Grand Finale is just kind of out of the board because you don't have really any elementals to deal with. So he's looking at the likes of Blizzard or Spellbender, and playing into Rogue, Spellbender is probably going to be the best option.
Getting it down with the preparation. And haven't gotten past the armor now. They got some damage going down now.
Now, this may be the situation where Paper Ninja's considering this Brawl because he knows that he's getting a lot of damage onto himself. He's not exactly doing as much as he wanted to. Or, a Risky Skipper would also be a very solid decision at this point with that Barov combo going on here. Now, with
this gets interesting now.
Yeah. That's the whole situation I want to point out about this Rogue deck. You never exactly know the situation you're going to be in. You sometimes will play into a little bit of aggro, a little bit of token, kind of playing into that board control and finding a way to just steamroll yourself onto that board. Because you never know what you're going to be dealt with. A lot of Rogue's cards are going to be cheap, but you never know when a really large curveball is going to be thrown at you like a Colossus of the Moon. Because when you're so used to dealing with all your cards being around from 1 mana to 5 mana, when you get something any larger thrown down than that, I mean, that is just a really big play that you're not exactly trying to go for. He may shadow step this World Kick right here if he doesn't want to get that cleared early. Because when you look at the likes of Warrior, he's very board control based. So he's going to opt for it safe, let that World Kick come back to hand. So next turn, he's going to have 2 World Kicks in hand. Or he's just going to... Oh no, he's going to use both Shadow Steps in this situation. Really interesting to see when he knows he still has a Jandis somewhere in his deck.
Yeah, very interesting. However, some beef on the board. Definitely some beef on the board now.
Warlock, I'm sorry. Warrior always has an answer for that though. Beef. Warlock is, or Warrior. Man, why do I want to keep saying Warlock? Excuse me. I'll sit there and chastise myself for that later. But, Warrior's all about beef. The man, he just sits there and builds armor. He becomes beefy. He throws down 9/9s, 10/10s, all of which have these huge effects going to him. Being beefy, I mean, the man is the beef master. So when it comes to dealing with beef, this dude's going to squash it fairly quickly and pretty swiftly. He's usually going to use only 1 or 2 cards to deal with those kinds of threats. So, you know, that's exactly why I was opting to get that World Kick off, because when you know he has those kind of AoE effects, the things of likes of a Risky Skipper, a Brawls, and things like that, I mean, overall, I mean, you don't want to sit there and keep anything too important on the board for too long, which is why exactly I'm still trying to question why he would get both Shadow Steps off with something like a Jandis available.
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. In a match like this, though, like trying to keep board position for Rogue is important, though. And if you think you've got a plan in your head, sometimes you just got to go with what feels right. You know, you can't always plan ahead, but you can go with what feels right. And these guys have played the game long enough. You know, you get that sixth sense about what's going on.
Spin like the sun, strike like the wind. Spin like the sun, strike like the wind.
Okay. 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 They can go ahead and get that backstab out of hand, clear up a little bit of hand space onto that 1/3, trade the Titanic Lackey into it, or just go ahead and opt for a Brain Freeze, get that off the board. Issue is, when you look at that, I don't feel like you could have gotten as much out of it when you're looking at going forward in terms of your turns, because now you have a full, like, you have 9 cards in hand. And, you know, next turn, say you have another combo piece ready, that's going to steamroll pretty quickly. Oh my goodness.
As you talked about Warrior just having an answer for everything. Answers, answers, answers all the way across.
Now this man in 1 turn just went from, keep in mind, 9 damage or 9 health left to beef.
29 armor.
That's
dirty.
Why he's the beef master.
That's dirty. So dirty.
Goodness gracious.
I mean, I don't think any of those are great, but I don't think any of those are great. We've seen better.
Yeah, which, I mean, when you're in the situation of Rogue now, you just realize that he used a lot of his combo pieces. He used both Blood Swarms. I mean, he used all of his Armor Smiths, and he used an Armor Vendor. So when you really look at it, I mean, when you're dealing with cards that generate armor, he just sat there and casted 2, 4, 5 out of 6 of his armor pieces overall. So he can't sit there and replicate the Rattle Gore anymore. He had to use it for health. So if you have enough materials to deal with and find ways to end off these minions and still establish yourself, especially without the likes of a World Kick now, I mean, Woe could still very likely do a lot. But issue is, he still has to look at that big factor in his hand, which is a Colossus. I mean, it's a large card. I mean, it's there in front of your face. Overall, he has to put that down eventually, because he needs some kind of big card to throw down pressure and put Paper Ninja in a situation once again where he's thinking, how do I deal with this? Because we saw that it almost went into fatigue last game, so you want to find a way to deal with that. And now that you have a Rattle Gore on board, I mean, that Rattle Gore is going to be able to trade into that and then theoretically kill it if he has any kind of more damage in his hand, which is looking like he does, because, I mean, he's Warrior. And then at that situation, when you have Rattle Gore, it's going to come back as an 8/8.
Yeah. Gonna get interesting to see what happens. Got what they needed, though. They got kind of what they needed out of that card draw. All right, not perfect by any means, but nothing in the world is perfect.
That's where this warrior even gets more and more. This is the issue that you have with Rogue, especially World Kick Rogue. Like I said, there's so many different options that you need to take to it that you have to find a condition and stick to it. If you're going to play those World Kick early, you need to find a way to go ahead and win the game early. If you're going to play them late, you need to find a way to set yourself up for a late game win condition. And Wub just hasn't found a side to stick to yet to be able to put some minions on board and be able to continue, especially against the likes of Warrior. I mean, that's a super hard situation to deal with. He does find answers, but he's always utilizing so many materials. I mean, look at this. He's drawing 2 more cards right here, a little more card draw. He only has 4 cards in his deck. So he didn't set himself up for the late game as well as he wanted to, especially when we saw that Warrior just gave himself like 29 armor out of nowhere. So overall, I mean, when you're looking at this matchup, you have to win that early game because late game against Warrior is not an option. So therefore, I think Wub is kind of realizing this at this stage in the game and doesn't exactly have too much to deal with. I mean, Jandis being great, don't get me wrong, but consider that he didn't sit there and get as much out of it because he committed to the early game with those world kicks by using post shadow steps on it.
Very true. Very true. Once again, I like seeing the flick though. That could answer some problems. Not great problems, but some problems.
Mm-hmm.
And now you got choices to make though. You know, do you drop your 10 drip? No, it's just gonna be the flick.
Just not enough. Flick does not interact like that, buddy. I'm sure you wished it did. We were kind of hoping it did as well, but it's not exactly enough.
Not quite. However, I mean, it's gonna be interesting though. Gonna still be interesting. They've got pieces. They don't have it all. They've got pieces.
Now in this stage in the game,
just too much armor.
Yeah, and that's all Warrior really comes down to, especially when you have a shield slam in hand. You have 2 brawls in hand now. You have every single resource to keep this board for all. That was a good play, but still just not enough when you have so much in hand to deal with. Now, this man has... Warrior easily has 4 turns worth of board control. And when you're looking at the fact that Wub only has 4 cards in deck in this stage, and he has another Bloodsworn thrown down on this Rattlegore. I mean, overall, I mean, you just, there's not much you can do.
Nah.
And I think Wub
not
noticed
much
that.
at all. Yeah. It was unfortunate. They had the board control earlier. They just weren't able to do enough with it. And Paper Ninja played it really well. Paper Ninja played it super well. That waited till they got low on the health, waited till a lot of the combo was used, and then said, oh, by the way, you have to kill me twice.
Mm-hmm.
It was really well played by Paper Ninja.
Yeah, and that's exactly, you know, if this whole thing kind of feels like preordained when you really break it down. When you consider the fact that when you're going into these bans and you're looking at things, I know you mentioned the mage. We discussed the fact of how strong it will be in one of those matchups. But as soon as it's gone, he has something else to deal with. You have Paladin in that matchup, which is very kind of half and half. But you really have to consider when you're breaking it down, what is the last matchup I'm going to have to deal with? Would I rather it be a control warlock or would I rather it be a rogue? Now, when you're looking at Paper Ninja's decks, as I wanted to mention earlier, he sat there and, you know, when you think about it, this man had the likes of a Rattlegore when it came to Warrior, when it came to Priest, you have a lot of big minions, things like that. That's exactly what that Warlock plays against, and that's why I feel like that's why he banned it up front, because when you have Ticketus, when you have Yashiraj, when you have all the cascading disasters, that's just removing minions from the board, and that's like, instead of how that flick got so easily rid of Rattlegore, I mean, it's set there, you have technically like 10 of those. So overall, I mean, that's exactly what he was looking for. And overall, he wasn't looking for just the late game of matches with the way his games were set up. He was looking for the late series as well, considering what games can I get rid of to put him in a worse situation where I could possibly win this series.
And I think the Warrior going against the Rogue was just the perfect deck to counter it, like which is basically the short version of what you were saying. So I'm just going to agree with you on that one, because you said it well, and there's no reason for me to rehash it. Unfortunate, Wub played well, just didn't have it in the end.
Yep.
And Paper Ninja played it well, like played the game well, wasn't worried about the board control, just sat there and said, I'm just going to wait and stall and play my game. And then, hey, look, I have every piece that I need.
Yeah, and once again, by no means is Wub at fault here. When you're sat there and dealt with the draws that you had, he had a lot of moments where he had a lot to deal with, and a lot of moments where he didn't have too much to deal with. Paper Ninja may have been in a couple situations where he had even less to work with than Wub, but when you're playing that road deck, when you're playing World Kick, we've seen it so many times. It does so well against these small minions and these small little encounters when you have lots of small stuff to deal with. But when you're looking at facing the likes of Control, or when you're looking at against a Paladin and when you're looking at a Paladin and a Warrior, overall you have to aim for that early game, because Rogue, he is not built for big engagements. He is not built to go ahead unless you have any kind of destroy. It's against a Rattlegore, that almost feels like a full counter, but you don't have much to deal with. You need to sit there and find a way to commit your deck to something. Because I sit there, I talk to my guys at my school on campus about how to sit there and play with cards and how to utilize it. And when you're playing the likes of a World Kick Rogue, it may be flexible, but there's only so much that it can do. It's not the end all be all. There's still, you have to have a preordained at the beginning of the match, or adaptive over the course of the match, deciding, what do I want to get out of this deck? How do I want to execute this? And what cards do I have in hand to kind of play with to find a way to capitalize my vision for it? So overall, just being those situations that he was in, he had a much better chance to get it off against the Paladin than he did the Warrior, because when you're dealing with Warrior, there's just nothing you can do for the most part except for out-tempo him, which would have been great for Priest. But besides that, Wub just didn't have that preordained image for what Rogue could have been.
Yes. Yeah, no. And at the end of the game there, that's what we were saying. And once again, I'm just agreeing with you. I have nothing to add to this, I feel. I'm just agreeing with you. You're breaking it down very well. But yeah, at the end, that's just what it was. And there's no rehashing it a couple of times. But let's talk about the earlier games a little bit, because they went a little bit how we thought they would, and a little bit not how we thought they would. You were talking about how you really liked the Priest deck, and we hadn't seen one. I hadn't seen one. They kept getting banned, but we saw it come out and we saw it play really well. What did you like seeing about that Priest deck?
What I like about the Priest deck is the potential it has of those later rounds. So we didn't get exactly a chance to see all those really influential cards like, Soul Mirror and, other things that, let me bring in the deck list just to sit there and have a couple that just, scream at me. When you had the likes of Soul Mirror, Murazon, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, you have Mind Flayer, Mind Render, all these cards to deal with that are so great and can influence the match so much. Paper Ninja was never really in that situation against that Highlander mage where he needed to consider throwing out big cards to switch to shift to battle, which is Highlander's biggest thing and why people love playing it so much. So, going forward, I did see it in week 1 with Paper Ninja, albeit I did see him throw down a couple of pretty influential cards. When it comes down to it, that mage matchup is just not good enough against the Priest. If he'd sit there and opted possibly for Paladin against the Priest, you have a little more heals to buff out with it and kind of go back and forth overall. But when you're facing mage into it, it gets knocked out so quickly. It just destroys mage so quickly, and then we don't get a chance to see that matchup again. So, that's the biggest deal right there.
All right, so that will be the end of that matchup there, as Paper Ninja does take out Wub 3-2. We'll have one more tonight coming for you right after the ad break here, and we will be back with the final match of the night. So stick around, you don't want to go anywhere.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
How's it going, folks? We're back with one more Hearthstone matchup tonight. Two players from CMU, Soccer Chick and Coultergeist, are going to be going at it. So we will see who at their school gets the bragging rights for the evening. Sticking around with me is Mick, even though he probably wishes he was somewhere else. That way he doesn't have to carry me through another match of Hearthstone, because he's been carrying me all night. Mick, how's it going for this one? What are you looking at the deck lists?
I'm seeing a lot right here. I'm seeing just usually what we've been seeing for the longest course of the whole series so far. When we see everybody or just the whole circuit seeing a lot of aggro. We're seeing again another warrior. We're seeing another world kick rogue. We're seeing a token druid for both sides, demon hunter, regular hunter. There's lots of aggro all around. Now there is a little roadblock, I will say, with Coultergeist running a Highlander priest. So, I mean, that could be a nice little curveball to throw in, but, I mean, we still have to consider these bans that are going to be coming here in a second. So, overall, we're going to see, these guys kind of duke it out, and for the most part, it's just going to be really quick games all around, most likely.
Our producer's trying to say something. He keeps stuttering. Caleb, what do you got for us? Both Druid decks have been banned, so no Druids. Druids not allowed here. CMU has said Druid no. So we will see everything else.
Because, I mean, the Druid, albeit, I mean, it is a really strong deck, and it's just naturally an easy ban. But overall, it's just, I mean, this is where kind of, these caster notes kind of come in, these personal mementos, that just Token Druid is not interesting to see. It's very combo based. It's very get the right cards, and by turn 3, turn 4 through 6, you want to get that. You want to get the game over with, because you're going to run out of resources, and either they have an answer or they don't. It's very hit or miss, and I'm glad that these are going to be a little more, decision based rather than luck based.
Token Druid kind of reminds me of Token Elves from Magic the Gathering back in the day. It's like, oh look, I have 101 elves. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna deal 1 damage to every creature you have. Oh, well then. I guess I'm gonna go home now.
Yeah, I can't say much on behalf of Magic, but I will say that, you know, I personally haven't played too much of it, but I will say overall that, you know, I'm just thankful for the situation that we're in between these two. Not one I'm really seeing too highly, you know, one being a Soccer Chick being at a gold 2 and Culture Guys being at a silver 2, but nonetheless, they're still, you know, within a kind of respectable position in our league. So overall, these two are going to be fighting it out. Looking at right off the bat, a Hunter versus Rogue matchup with Soccer Chick running the old Hunter, very face oriented with that easy hero power to throw down every single time, and Rogue having, you know, with this Culture Guys right here, having a little bit to work with when it comes down to Rogue, already throwing down a Draconic Studies.
No, I just wasn't saying anything, Caleb. Sorry, guys. Our producer thought I was muted because of the silence there. He's used to me talking nonstop. Told me I might be muted. I was just actually being quiet for once. I'm waiting to see what progresses here with these 2 hands. As not a lot of board presence at the moment.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. I sat there and saw the image, and for some reason, Rogue popped in my head and totally did not think about Priest. I apologize for that. I even said Draconic Studies. What's wrong with me, man? Okay, I got to get this straightened out. Okay, so we will see Madame Azul coming down. So this only, you know, Soccer Chick only having 5 cards in hand. This is a huge play overall. You sit there, see the majority of her hand. You see exactly what she's dealing with. Not able to get that Dino Tamer, which would have been insane of a draw because they're both running a Highlander aspect allowed to capitalize off of that. So instead, we are going to see we are going to see the Animal Companion instead coming out. We are going to see an Acidic Swamp Ooze in hand to be able to retaliate any kind of weapons that come on the board. Overall, just having a lot to deal with, especially having this Holy Smite, which could deal with this Face Stalker right now without having to, you know, trade a minion into it or trade into a possible freezing trap.
And once again, I find myself with nothing to say. Mick, so good at just calling out the situations. There's no reason sometimes for me to even be here. But no, I agree with everything you're saying there, Mick. I think we are looking at different people in the foreground. I'm having some trouble seeing the cards at the top here. But I think Culture Guys has what they need for the mid to late game. They just have to survive to get there.
Yeah, and we do see these guys, you know, kind of Hunter utilizing whatever materials he has left. He is running out of materials very quickly here. He does have those 2 draws down, but issue is every single one of these minions besides the Veil Weaver, though, you can trade those in easily. The fact that you can throw in Madame Azul, I mean, if anything, it'd be smart to go ahead and trade that in, because that in that case, you go ahead, get rid of that 2/3, or you can just get rid of that 5/4, do most of the damage on it, and allow yourself an opportunity to get another, you know, hand read out of this guy, and possibly, if by any chance, getting an opportunity to, you know, find a Dino Tamer. But instead, he's drawing in the Wand Maker. That would then, oh no, it wouldn't be. Okay. So overall, he's probably going to be saving this Madame Azul for what could be that freezing trap, because he knows that's not what it is. But if this misdirection takes him in the wrong way, okay, it goes towards face. So oddly enough, that's the best situation for him because he is Priest. He can buff out that damage.
And not a bad play there, stopping additional damage coming through.
And I think that's exactly what Soccer Chick is thinking here. I'm sorry, you go ahead.
I really like Culture Guys' hand. I think Culture Guys is going to be in the better position here very shortly. You feel free to disagree with me there, but I think Culture Guys very shortly is going to be in a much better position here on this turn and then moving forward for the next few turns.
Oh, I completely agree with that. That's yeah, I agree. If anything, I would be willing to bet, you know, go ahead and call the game right here in favor of Culture Guys, because when you look at what Soccer Chick has to deal with in this stage of the game, you want to I mean, when you're already at turn 6, you know, I mentioned earlier you want to end the game by this stage, but the fact that you've now let, you know, a 7/7 taunt come down, that's going to stop a lot of face damage from going through. The fact that you're now throwing down this freezing trap and utilizing your minions to get trades rather than going for face, which is Hunter's whole gist, is not a good situation to be in. So I think in this stage of the game where Priest is only going to get more powerful and Hunter's going to drop off, you really kind of are stuck now. And I mean, your Dino Tamer is really your only card at this point to actually have some kind of establishment. And when you're sitting at 20 health, that's theoretically, you know, if you had 10 mana right now, that would be 10 damage tops. Which Priest, I mean, he's Priest. His whole gist is just saying, you know, what damage are you going to do? I'll buff it out. So, I mean...
That'll buff out. That's little elbow grease. That'll buff out.
And even then, if he does get a board down by any chance, that Diamond Tamer can easily be traded out with the Soul Mirror.
Yes. Not a bad way to get rid of something. That could really help Soccer Chick though. The Zephyrus, that coming out could be huge.
Completely dependent on when she uses this though, because she has to realize that Voracious Reader is not going to get its full value out having 2 cards in hand. He's going to be doing a little bit of face damage here because, I mean, if you're not doing that with your Hunter, then, I mean, what are you doing? But Zephyrus right here could be the one to turn the tides, as you said earlier. Especially with that freezing trap coming in. He's going to have a 3/3 stick to board. But, I mean, they still have plenty of minions to trade into it and plenty of resources. So overall, Zephyrus, I mean, and especially having those heals with only Soul Mirror costing 6 mana, you have to find a way to deal 11 damage in 1 turn or this is over.
Let's see. Options.
Zephyrus ain't it. Zephyrus ain't it, Chief.
Nope. Definitely not it.
I mean, don't get me wrong, a Baron Gator would be great to get, you know, the board cleared, but you're also clearing your own 3/2, which you need for next turn. It's also clearing out that damage on board. So, I mean, he does have 9 damage. He has lethal in this situation. But, I mean, when you consider the fact that Culture also has a Zephyrus, he has a Galakron, he has a Dragon Queen Alexstrasza for next turn. There's just too much to deal with. And, I mean, when you're playing the likes of Hunter, you don't have much to deal against.
And that's not going to do it. That one not quite going to do it. Top decking, not going Soccer Chick's way, but maybe a little bit more stall at least. They have cards in their deck if they can get back around to them.
There you go. I thought they were going to play the Voracious Reader and miss out on the tour guide. Wait, no, they just are going to miss out on the tour guide. Oh, wait, no, they'll get that effect next turn. Okay.
So let's see here on Culture Guy's side. Oh, that was a really quick pick. A really quick pick. Okay.
I mean, consider his situation that Culture Guys is sitting in though right now.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a bad pick. I'm saying it was quick.
Yeah, I mean, he could have blindly picked any of those cards and they all would have been fine for him.
Still chances here though for Soccer Chick. Still chances. It's not over until it's over.
He will get another turn of the Voracious Reader though, which is not exactly what you're trying to consider to look to do when you're in the situation of having, you know, all these minions and all on board, because that's what Hunter plays on, is finding quick little bursts of damage. So when you're in that situation, I'm not sure why you wouldn't find a way to get rid of that Voracious Reader. I mean, heck, even an initiation will be fine, and then, you know, you have free reigns to burn your whole hand, because, I mean, what's it going to do to you? So, I mean, in this situation, it could almost look like the man could throw down, which I know this would be extremely BM, if he threw down a Mind Reader or Lucia by any chance. Just sit there and say, I'll give you a full hand and I'll give you a chance. And, you know, we'll be old pals in class afterwards after we're done with this.
This could get interesting. Unfortunately, though, Zephyrus is not the card you want to send back to the hand. Not the card you want to send back to hand.
Not at all. Now, looking at this right here with the Voracious Reader, that was more just a means of board control and just getting that Voracious off from the Hunter. When you're looking at the board right now, though, when you're dealing with the 6/6 and a 1/3, overall, when you have the taunts, I mean, it's going to be great for him to get that 6/6 off, but keep in mind, the whole effect behind Tyrion is that he will have a 5/3 sword in hand after this. So now with that being in effect, you can clear the board as much as you want, but Soccer Chick is in trading into that Voracious Reader, which doesn't matter that much when it only has one attack going for it. I mean, overall, it just doesn't make sense, and at this point, I just feel like they're kind of toying with each other because you know if you're not going to be going face as Hunter, you're just wasting materials.
That's the end of it right there, I think. I think that's it. The 8 healing right there, that might be just it. You know, they had all the damage done, and now all of it goes away.
Now here's a possibility. Getting those 2/3/3s and being able to target your hero power. No! Trade the minion first. Thank you. Now that's going to go to face, and that's going to be 6 damage to face. So this is still theoretically possible.
Theoretically possible.
The likelihood is very low.
All depends. And right now, Soccer Chick is top decking.
Mm-hmm.
It all comes down to the top deck. You know, are you feeling lucky? Are you?
But Culturgeist is being a little more lucky right there with 2 Holy Smites from that Cobalt Spellkin. I mean, that could wipe out both Wolpertingers right there. I mean, that's almost theoretically a board clear. Trade the 5/2 into the 3/5, leave him with the 1/3 left. I mean, it's technically over. But he's giving her a chance, actually.
That might do it.
Consider it. That's 6 damage. That's 8 damage. That would leave him at 3.
Yeah. Our producer chipping in here saying they just need to stay alive for 2 turns. Thank you, Caleb. Math. Thank you for math.
That's a real pain, though, when you're really considering the situation you're in. I feel like Culturgeist could have ended this game multiple times over, but at this point, you know, I feel like he was toying with her, and now, you know, the odds have kind of swung in Soccer Chick's favor because, I mean, you can clear this board, albeit, but you sat there, opted for the Galakron, and now in this situation, you're not guaranteed heals every turn.
No.
When you keep the Priest and you don't switch to Galakron, I mean, it is advantageous, but you don't have much to work with when you can sit there and, you know, buff out their hero power with yours every single turn. But now in this situation, you sit there and see, I don't get that 2 health back. Instead, what I get to do is get an 8.
Anything. Any straight damage card would have won. Any straight damage card. Oh. That's a feels bad right there. That's a feels bad. All they had to do was top deck any card with face damage, and the game was over. That's all they needed.
Kill command. Let's see. Let me look at this deck list because I know kill command's already going to be in there. I mean, that's a gimme. But overall, when you're looking at it, I mean, looking at her deck list, I mean, you have plenty to work with. When you look at it, you have. Oh, I forget it's a Highlander, so yeah, probably not as much because you already used your Eagle Horn. Renlings would have also been another option. Let's see, Kill Command, he already used one of those in the early game. He already used an Animal Companion early game as well. And that's that situation I was kind of mentioning earlier, to where when do you want to sit there and use that Zephyrus? He could have held on to that all game, easily, and found a way to go ahead and pull that out. Because when you really consider it, I mean, Zephyrus wasn't too influential with the picks that he got out of it.
It was not. I feels bad as a gamer, as a collectible card gamer. it feels bad. I would almost rather get blown out than get my opponent down to 1 and then lose. It just feels so bad. You're like, oh, I was right there. I was right there. And then just doesn't quite get it. Fun to watch, though. Fun to watch as that one went back and forth.
Now the situation we're going to be in is looking if Coulter guys can, you know, find a way to do any better than Wub when it comes to this World Kick Rogue. See if he can, you know, find a way to contribute and commit to that early game with World Kick, or just find something to play with and find a way to maneuver this early game to give himself an advantage. Because when you're looking at Hunter, you're not going to have a late game compared to how you would against the other kinds of decks that we saw Wub running up against Paper Ninja.
Fast and furious, these turns are coming at the moment. A little bit less thinking early on here. They kind of know what they've got going. It's gonna get interesting.
Buffing up the damage, but not really mattering all that much. In that case, they do sit there and now have a 1-2 on board, so Coulter guys technically has the advantage in terms of damage on board. But that Imprisoned Felmaw is going to be a pretty good setup going here forward, because consider he gets that Ancestral down. That will trade out, but overall, that does sit there and give it a rebirth, but that puts it in the position of 1 damage, which you could easily find a way to trade out if you're in Hunter's situation. So in this at this moment, you probably just want to be looking at, you know, Pack Tactics would definitely be a good shot for whenever that Felmaw does come out. And, you know, if it's forced to be traded into, Inconspicuous would also be pretty nice here, which he does opt for. But, you know, it feels like you're almost wasting mana to an extent when you only have 1 crystal left. You could have gotten that Freezing Trap down, that Pack Tactics down, alongside a Steady Shot, because when you're playing Hunter, you want to have that consistent damage.
Yes. And I've been kind of waiting to see where they're going to use some of the combo power they've got here. Next turn, having 5 mana, they'll be able to play couple more things. I've just been playing a little bit, I'm gonna say a little bit passive for what they've had. Feel free to disagree. I just feels passive to me. I don't know. I've always been told by people that I play my cards way too fast when I'm playing an aggro deck, though, but I just like to see everything on the board. That's why I don't play a lot of aggro, though. I like to play control. Every card game I've ever played, control is the way I like to play it. But it just seems like for an aggro deck like Hunter, they're not really playing a lot.
Yeah, and that's an issue with, you know, you being in a control situation, albeit I've just recently gotten into a couple other card games. So you're stuck in this situation where you're playing with these cheap aggro decks to just kind of try and win a game, and it feels really bad to just use your whole hand just to get a couple damage off. But that's the whole gist of Hunter when we really break it down. You're trying to utilize the fact that you have a 2 which just buffs the minions you got. You sit there and have secrets which duplicate the minions you have, or get rid of the opponents to clear it up for next turn, unless they want to allocate that mana, which they can't in most situations, having freezing costing that minion an extra 2, and animal companions possibly being a charge or a damage buff or a taunt or things of the likes of that, to where when you're playing Hunter, it almost feels like a discard deck to an extent. You're finding ways to just basically burn your hand and give yourself that advantage. And every turn you're trying to set yourself up with that Steady Shot to where you ping them down, ping them down, ping them down into a situation where after you've used all that cards combined with that hero power, they're dead. So I don't think Soccer Chick is really utilizing Hunter to its fullest extent by not hero powering every turn, because that's a huge influence, and that's his whole kit is built around that. Specifically, in the fact that you can't find a way to utilize that and get something off every single turn, especially when we've seen that she's wasted a couple mana crystals here and there in these previous turns. It just feels almost like a waste when you're looking at Hunter's kit and how it's supposed to be utilized and how it is getting utilized.
Well, especially when you think about that, it puts your opponent on the clock. If you can use your hero ability every turn, that just puts them on a clock. You're saying you have this many turns to beat me, regardless of what else is going on. Even if they never attack with anything else, you only have X amount of turns to beat me. They had gotten some beef out on the board, though. It just wasn't going to be enough. Board control firmly on Coulter Guy's side. And I don't see any way at this point Soccer Chick's coming back from this one.
Yeah, especially with that Khadgar playing into that that ancestral guardian. I mean, that was huge for him. He sits there now, has a lot of lifesteal on the board. Rogue is about making those sacrifices, taking the right choices to trade that dagger damage into another minion. So that whole effect is negated from the fact that you have a lot of lifesteal on this board. That's huge overall. So, I mean, at this point, you have to consider, do I go for the other Guardian, get rid of Rogue's possible trades? Because, I mean, when you really consider it, he could get a dagger next turn, trade to the 6th one, have full board control, and get that life back with the Guardian. But also, you don't want to sit there and consider any way for Khadgar to continue to stay on this board because of how threatening it is. So, when you're in Kulturgeist's situation, I mean, overall... you're feeling pretty good right now because you don't have to make any of these decisions, and you're not, as we said, put on a clock. The fact that Hunter has not been manipulating this hero power to its fullest extent up to this point, not only does it put somebody on a clock, but when you're on a clock, it messes with your head. Is one thing I had to mention. Is the fact that whenever you're considering it, you're trying to think of what do they have in hand, what are they trying to play next. How are they trying to look to end this game next turn? And how, instead of me trading on these minions, say they have nothing, you're going to be trying to trade out those minions and finding ways to sit there and negate any buffs or anything that's to be had, compared to saying, oh my goodness, I need to end this right now and try and find a way to out-tempo them. It's a lot of kind of situations to be in, but when you're playing against Kulturgeist right now, it doesn't matter.
It's over. That was a lot of damage right there. Good buffs, just good buffs right there, and it's over.
Especially, he still even had the eviscerate. So I mean, that was overkill.
That was Kulturgeist had that one in hand.
Yep.
And let's be honest. Soccer didn't get a lot of the draws they needed.
No.
Did they play it perfectly? I'm not going to say they played it perfectly, but they also didn't get a lot of the draws they needed. And Kulturgeist kind of sitting back like, oh, what am I top decking now? Oh, look, what am I top decking now? Yep. And they kind of got everything in order of where they needed it, which is a really great feeling. It's that really uplifting, like, oh man, I put this deck together perfectly. It's comboing off just the way I thought it would. As we're looking at this one, Demon Hunter Warrior.
Which, I mean, it's the same situation. So I'm looking at Soccer Chick opening up with this hero power under any circumstance, no matter what the draw is. Okay, first turn, played correctly. So congratulations to that.
To be fair, they had nothing else to do. To be fair, they had nothing else possible to do with that mana.
Coach Jim, that was a joke, man. There's no other option.
Well, they could have just passed.
That's true. That's true.
They could have passed.
But overall, when you're looking at Demon Hunter, it is the same exact gist as Hunter. And if you can't win these Hunter matchups, you have to sit there and change the mentality for this Demon Hunter, because it's the same thing. You have to find a way to hero power every turn. You have to find a way to manipulate what damage you have to put on their face. It's not about, with Demon Hunter, it's more of how much damage can you put utilizing your hero. Meanwhile, with Hunter, it's how much damage can I manipulate to put onto their hero. So regardless, it trades out, but there's a different mentality to it. So, maybe Demon Hunter may be the success that Soccer Chick needs if she finds a way to win this, to carry on the momentum and have the ideals when going into Hunter to sit there and finally get another win on the board.
The only problem at the moment is that they can gain armor faster than they can gain attack on their hero. So at some point, we're going to have to see cards on the board. Because they're not even doing damage. They're not even getting through the armor yet. So at some point, we're going to have to see cards on the board from both of them.
And cards there all.
There we go. As we're talking about it, here they go. All right. That's not a bad call. Not a bad call right there. Thinking about it.
And when you're considering the situation right here, I mean, you didn't get the full value out of that. I mean, that's stressful. You do have the spell damage buff. You do sit there and have the lifesteal, but you don't get the full value out of it. When you're looking at how to deal with that situation, I mean, In that case, I probably would have just sat there and used the ethereal to trade out onto that last one rather than trading out Thalmos somehow. I mean, that's huge. So overall,
now you got to get rid of that weapon though. There we go. Have to. Got to get rid of that weapon now. That was going to be too good for too long if they didn't get rid of it immediately.
now he's going to go with it. Okay, so opting for the ethereal for actual spell damage buff rather than for onboard immediate damage. Interesting.
Interesting call. This game is getting interesting.
Easy trade for warrior, obviously, when you had the likes of a 110 in hand to deal with anything. Especially against the likes of a demon hunter, where most of his minions are going to be running low cost cards and low health cards. Very attack sided things like 2-1s, 3-1s, things of the likes of that. But I mean, Soccer Chick, she just doesn't have too much of a hand to her. I know it seems like she has a lot of cards at her disposal, excuse me, but most of them are very minion based. They're very dealing damage to minions. They're, you know, working about board establishment, which isn't the most optimal way to play Hunter. When you do have Il'gynoth in hand, I mean, that's a great card overall, but she has to find these cards, which she's probably setting up for with Skull of Gold on, to try and find a way to get this lifesteal in hand, get this damage onto face, because you do not have the on-face damage right now.
You don't. And not drawing what they need either. Just not drawing what they need. And that's going to end up being a problem. Like, this game does have the element of RNG to it, that if you don't draw what you need, the game's just over.
Yep. And as boring as this may seem to say, I mean, Coultergeist is sitting high and mighty right now. This man could easily just click his hero power in this exact instant, kick up his legs on his desk, and grab a nice cold iced tea and just wait this out. Because when you really break it down, there is not too much that Demon Hunter has to create any kind of pressure to allow Warrior to be in a situation where he's saying, okay, I need to deal with this. I need to do something. Because, I mean, when you can sit there and get so much armor at one time and he's not putting the face damage in there, I mean, it's just, he has it so easy right now.
This is going to be huge. If they get the cards they need off of this, it's going to be huge. But I don't think that's what they exactly wanted. Going to be able to get some minions off the board here with those cards, but could have found better stuff, especially with the cost coming down. You were hoping to see some higher cost cards.
When you really look at it, I mean, when I can look at Soccer Chick's deck right here. Overall, there just isn't enough.
No.
When you're looking at playing off Il'gynoth, you have to look at and consider the demons. So I'm sure she does have 3 of these Morog Artificers, which honestly, I'm noticing the combo now. This may look really bad, but when you consider what Il'gynoth does, what it does here, which it doesn't seem to really do all that much now that, Gelmosh is on.
And it doesn't matter. And
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
I want to say, though, I can appreciate the try, because what Soccer Chick was trying to do was she was trying to set up those Morog Artificers, duplicate them enough times where then it was an OTK deck. That's exactly what it was. She was setting it up to where she had 4 copies of those. It doubles each one of them. And then one Fell Screen Blast, because it has lifesteal, it would basically quadruple it. It would like put itself up to the 4th or 5th power, depending on how many copies you can get down to that. Cast 2 of those or 3 of those because of the fact that it casts on 3 minions and the game's over. So unfortunately, there wasn't enough time going forward to be able to set up that OTK. But there's also with that deck just not enough pressure overall to allow yourself to create the pressure. I mean, Warrior, even though you sit there and you have like an OTK and the fact that you have so much card draw to play with, when you're in the situation of Demon Hunter, I mean, people are expecting from start to finish being bullied, just getting absolutely mutilated and sitting there saying, not saying, how can I win, but how can I survive? Because when you survive that burst, the game's over. Either you've won it or you're dead. So when looking at that.
Another way, though, once again, Soccer Chick did not get a lot of the draws they needed.
Yep.
They didn't. We saw them get 3 cards. Like, okay, 3 cards that are all going to be cheap. What do we got? One drop. Nothing big that they could get out cheap that could save them. And sometimes the RNG just goes against you. What me and my friends like to call RNGesus is RNGesus in your corner. Apologies for any of you who don't like religion, but that's what we call it. And it's just like, have you prayed enough to RNGesus today? Especially in this type of game. Where it's at some level as much luck as it is skill. With that being said, Culturegeist played his hand perfectly.
Yeah.
And that's the only way to say it. Looked at the cards in hand, played them perfectly. Yeah, did they get help that Soccer Chick didn't get anything they needed? Absolutely. Got all the help in the world there. But played their hand perfectly, played their deck perfectly. If you do that, it's really hard to lose.
Yeah, and I agree with you, because is an aspect when you're in a situation like Culturegeist, so I will have to put on top of that. The fact is, when you're sitting all high and mighty, every single draw can look perfect, or every single card you play can look perfect. Nothing ever feels at stake, if you kind of get where I'm coming from. Because the fact is, when you sit there and have your opponent such a deficit compared to you, and you're sitting because when you look at it, the plays may have been perfect, but looking back at that Priest game, that could have ended probably 5 turns prior to what we saw.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about the Priest game. I'm talking about the Warrior game.
Yeah,
the Priest
Warrior
game. They misplayed a couple of times in the Priest game. Talking about the Warrior game.
Yeah.
We're not talking. The Priest game's over. The Priest game's done with.
Yeah, and talking about the Warrior game, yeah, I can agree to a certain extent, because, these two are from the same school, as we mentioned earlier. So I'm sure they have faced these decks before. Culturegeist knew exactly what Soccer Chick was looking for and was finding a way. Okay, I need to find my combo pieces right now. I need to get some kind of damage on board and find some aspect of bully, because if I allow this game to draw out, the only lifesteal she has is part of her kit and part of that OTK. So I need to go ahead and put her in a situation where she's realizing I need to use my combo pieces in order to get the board controlled and survive a little longer, rather than using it to set up an immediate win. So, I understand where he was coming from in that aspect. And, if I was facing this Demon Hunter, in all honesty, I probably would have lost, because I would have skipped over a little too much. I would have sat there and read a little bit too much into the traditional Demon Hunter and said, there's no bully in this. Like, what is this deck? Like, this has no, downside to me. It just seems like as I completely win, until I get OTK, and I'm like, okay, I didn't read into that enough. So looking at, but the fact that these two have faced against each other, I feel like Culturegeist knew exactly what he was signing up for, knew exactly what he was going against. And, the Druid band all in all was a good pick for both sides.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Producer, do you have anything else you need from us this evening? Silence from the producer. You're muted, Caleb, by the way. Do you have anything else you need from us tonight? All right, so that will do it for Hearthstone tonight with NECC_esports on twitch.tv. Make sure coming back Monday, Rainbow Six on Monday. I'm going to be told, Rainbow Six on Monday. Make sure to come back for that. You'll have 2 great casters there. It won't be me, might not be Mick, but you'll have 2 great casters on Monday. Mick, any final words before we end it for the night here?
No, not for the most part. I'm just happy to be here, and overall, everybody just, have a good night and a good rest of your weekend, because we know for the most part, most of us are college students. So, enjoy your time off and do what you can while you got time. Live young, wild, and free.
Some of us are adults, Mick. Speak for yourself. With that being said, for Mick, for our producer, Caleb Dlube, up there in Canada doing all the hard work for us, making us look good. We will sign off for NECC_esports tonight. Have a great night, everybody, and come back on Monday.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Wow.